still have a blanket even though it's warm. Hello Turquoise, first to arrive, very speedy. Hello Dem, hello Car, hello Benny, hello Untax, hello Dust, how are you all doing? Are you all excited for book club? Do you also have strong opinions and yapping about books? It's warm time? Oh, it is excessively warm time. Every window in the library is open. I have eaten my body weight in like the mochi with ice cream in it. I have run out of defenses against the warm weather. But that won't stop me being excited about books. If there's one thing I can rely on, it is that books still work in warm weather, even if the computers do overheat. The books won't overheat, you can trust in them. Oh, hey Benny, but welcome in. I hope everyone is having a good day, has had a good start to their weekend. I am raring to go, I think. For how warm and humid it is, I feel relatively energized, which is a hazardous thing to say. I feel like I'm kinda taunting fate. Maybe I should become sleepy very, very soon. I'm suffering watching you in a blanket. Oh, I feel like the blanket is necessary to communicate that I'm under the weather, so people are not surprised and bamboozled when I sneeze. But also, it's so warm. It's so warm. I can't wear my slippers, it's too warm. Even my toes are overheating. Maybe air conditioning is a good invention and maybe we should try it too. I think that might be my takeaway for United Kingdom. We could consider air conditioning. I think it might be beneficial. It makes me want to now work from home. It makes me want to go into the central office that has fancy AC. And I don't like going outside. So you know it must be bad. Okay, I hope temperature aside, everyone is having a good weekend. As a little explanation of what is happening today, it is our monthly book club. We are going to be reviewing 2 books which were picked this month, and so those are Murder at Spindle Manor by, I almost said the name of the main character instead of the author, by Morgan Stang, and then the other book is one with co-authors. It is How to Kill a Witch by Claire Mitchell and Zoe Vincentzoli. So we have read them over the course of the last month and we're going to be going over them today. We will have a hologram who appears soon but is making coffee. I have not had any caffeine. We will decide over the coming hours whether or not that is a foolish decision. Or maybe good. Maybe it means I'll sleep at a reasonable hour. You never know. It's theoretically possible. But yes, I'm excited for the books. I think I've realised that a reoccurring chain. This isn't to do with the books and central topic much, so I can yap about it before Kai gets here. But I've realised that a lot of the books we've read over the last few months have had in tie-in podcasts by the authors, which I quite enjoyed. And so now the number of podcasts which I'm vaguely invested in listening to has tripled over the course of the last few months, because I'm now also listening to the Witches of Scotland podcast, which is by the authors of our non-fiction book, How to Kill a Witch. Why? Oh, you're attacking yourself in stream avatars? I don't know why. For a second, I just assumed I was the one that had been attacked, and then the confusion escalated. I suppose that's the use of free will. But yes. So for the structure of the book club today, the intention is that we will do a spoiler-free review. So if you haven't read them, if you want a chance to see rough thoughts, outlines, to consider picking up the book yourself, that's a good time to hang out. And then after that, we will be moving over to the voting for next month, where we will be picking out which books we'll want to read out of the books that were nominated last month. And then at the end of book club, we will be doing a full review, including spoilers and quotes and little bits of dialogue from text. As a heads up, I always struggle knowing how to review non-fiction books. I have notes, but I find it difficult to segment it into spoiler-free and spoiler contents review, considering it's all historical documents, and so I find that format isn't as well suited to it. And so we tend to just do the non-fiction book all in the first half. I believe that is the key information. But yes, how irresponsible is it for me to get distracted just right at the start of book club? Because first of all, I bought 3 books today, but they were £1 each, and so they're basically free, and so it's like I just magically acquired 3 books, and not that I'm spending money on them, maybe. Mouse math. But also, I went to a supermarket and I was really struggling to find something to buy because I went to a little second-hand charity marketplace thing, and I saw a can of Liquid Death, and I'd heard people mention it in the past, and so I've picked one up. But it's just water. I thought it was an energy drink, and so I'm a little bit put out. It's like sparkling water. I thought I was gonna get caffeine. So that's in my tiny mini fridge that doesn't work, but is now just a glorified drinks container. So you know, the hidden functions of mini fridges once they stop working. I think... Oh no, I need to plug my headset in. Oh, dearie me. That could be a hazard. Alrighty. So... I want to start yapping about the books, but I'm like, no, I gotta wait for my co-host. This better be a really good cup of coffee. Hello. Oh wait. Oh. Am I doing a bad job of technology? First to talk, yeah. Hello? Hello.
I think you're on the wrong mic on Discord.
Oh, am I crunchy?
No, you're, it sounds like you're on the opposite side of the house. Like,
well,
speaking to me through 7 walls.
I would describe that as crunchy. I think my description was sufficient. Yes, you were the webcam mic that is like down into the keyboard to not be pointing at anything.
Yeah, it sounded like I was on the opposite side of the universe.
Okay, we now have both of the book club hosts, which is beneficial to starting a book club, which I want to do because I want to yap about books. Would you like to introduce yourself, Kai?
I'm Kai.
Kai is a hologram. Kai likes books, especially fantasy books with hard word building, and wants to read
No,
more.
I don't.
No?
I hate fantasy.
Okay. So
I love fantasy. I read way too much fantasy.
I thought I had a response. Could you commit to the bit for a minute longer? I was gonna be silly, but no. But yes, let's make you half height so you can be here. But yeah, Kai streams. Well, like I'm cropping your fugi so you're like in a similar proportion to me, so your torso upwards. It felt strange to have your toes out when I was a torso. I don't know.
I don't have toes out. You refused to draw my toes.
Did you ask for toes?
No. So when he was drawing this, he sent me an image of my like upper body, and then he's like, "What do you wear on the bottom? I don't know if I'm gonna draw toes on you."
Oh wait, this is law. When Turquoise was doing the art for my live 2D model, I'd never considered for my outfit design what kind of shoes I would wear, and I had a solid day of concern where I was just like, what would be thematically appropriate for me to wear that isn't just being barefoot, because I don't want my toes out on the internet. And then I decided on Wellington boots, and I think that's a very good option. But there was a 2 days concerned timeline where I was sitting there trying to get people to brainstorm what shoes I should wear. I didn't want the
Turquoise,
toes
I'm
out.
disappointed in you.
Hmm?
Turquoise, I'm disappointed in you. What do you mean can't have toes out? Yes, toes out.
Okay, Kai has been hacked by Val, who is now speaking through the hologram. I like the lilies a lot. I do too. It makes so much sense for the library and all the plants around it. It's very cute. It's very nice.
Toes, toes, toes.
Well, sadly, I don't think for Kai at least there's any feet in either of these books. But there is a lot of interesting things happening. So should we talk about them? Or do you want to keep talking
Yeah.
about feet? Okay. No? Okay, I'm not
No,
gonna give you the opportunity. Let's talk about books. I'm railroading this conversation. Okay.
I'm surprised you gave me a choice.
No, I didn't think you were going to take it. Okay. Well, let's start off with Murder at Spindle Manor, which is our fantasy section book for this section. So,
It is.
quickly going through content warnings to make sure if you need to dash off, there
Oh, is there
aren't.
any?
There's murder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and some body horror.
There's murder and body horror, and then if someone has a big fear of spiders, there is a atypical scary spider. Is it arachnophobia, the proper name of the phobia? But
Yeah.
I believe for a book called Murder at Spindle Manor, relatively jolly.
There's a little bit of like goriness and like stuff like that, but
That-
nothing like out
Yeah,
there.
if we're being super thorough, there's depictions of guns and gun usage, and then there's also
Which,
inferred reference of alcoholism and reference to
yes.
necromancy as well, and references to war, but not on page, like characters
Yes.
who are referenced as coming back from wartime. I believe that's the list that I wrote down whilst reading through it. I'm not sure if there's any others that have been spotted, but
Not that I saw.
okay.
There was not much in this one as content warnings, which
Yeah.
honestly, I saw when we were recommending this book, I saw body horror, and I thought it would be more body horror and like a bit more like dark. But this one's kind of chill, honestly, for like the.
For a murder mystery in a fantasy setting, relatively chill. I don't know if it's one to mention as a content warning, but just something people might be sensitive about. There is discussion of seances, and there's also reference to spousal abuse, which I just remembered.
Seances are cool.
Seances are cool, but some people really do not like communicating with the dead.
Nerds.
Now that we have that shenanigans out of the way, we should start with the overview. So, have you read anything else by this author? I know Morgenstern has a series of books which are following the characters set up as the key characters who we can go over, and it continues onwards. I actually started reading the second book in the series because this leads into our next question. How did you read this book? I read it digitally using one free month of the Kindle Unlimited thingamabob, which this whole series is free on. And so I'm gonna get through them, and I've got like another 2 weeks to read 3 books.
How many other? I know there's another book from them that I was curious about, but I haven't read any more. I think it's called The Lamplight Murder Mysteries.
Yeah, it's the Lamplight Murder.
I've not read any.
No,
I've not read anything else.
I've started the second one, but I'm only a few chapters in. I just thought, since I've got a 1 month free trial, I'm going to read the books whilst I can. It would be almost sacrilegious for me not to. But yeah, are you reading the book physically, digitally, audiobook?
I audiobooked this one.
Really? I tried to find an audiobook of this one and I couldn't find a version. Oh.
I found like a read-along audio, so it's not technically like an it's like a yeah, it's like
I know the ones you mean. That I like them.
I found one of those mostly because I found this book I didn't find this book physically. I found this book digitally
Mhm.
through same thing you said, and I was like, ooh. But then I was like, I'm not really in the mood to sign up for something just to read like one book, and I don't know if I'm gonna like any of the rest. So I
Mhm.
just found that and I listened to it.
That's fair.
Um, I won't speak on the quality of the audiobook because it was a read-along audiobook, so it's not a
Yeah.
professional audiobook. But it was good.
Mhm.
I liked the I to speak on the like writing part of it. I liked the way it was written for an audiobook specifically as well. It reads quite easily.
Yeah.
There's a few books that are not great as audiobooks. This
Mhm.
one is pretty okay as an audiobook.
Yeah. Going into the book, what were your expectations? For me, I have a fairly boring answer. I didn't really have much expectations going into it. I believe it was nominated off the back of us having a conversation, me saying, I love mystery books, I've picked a fantasy mystery book to recommend, and you going, oh yeah, I'll find one of them too to recommend, and then one of ours won, and I can't actually remember whose was whose. Um,
This was yours.
oh, okay, yeah, it was fine. And
I
so,
recommended the one I recommended was what was it called? The Angels and Demons, which is the like big murder mystery like vibe one.
oh yeah. So
Because we were both in the mood for mystery.
mhm, mhm. Which I enjoyed the mystery aspect of it. There was more mysteries than I anticipated. But yeah, it is originally published in English, so there's no translation versions to have shenanigans about. Do you have any
Yeah.
general notes before we get into the spoiler-free general review? Oh, hi Johnny, hi AU. I hope you're having a good day.
Not not that I can think of. Um I don't know if you saw anything cool like print wise, but because I listened to it as an audiobook, I saw literally nothing of the print of it, so
So
I don't know much about that part.
I have a comment which I'm afraid it's a little bit of a negative one, which is something which I noticed when reading, and I'm not often the best at observing, is there was quite a lot of copy errors or type errors
Okay.
in the book. And it may be that the online edition that I was reading was an early one that hadn't been edited or updated, but there was quite a few instances of um, dialogue where there would only be one quotation mark on each side. So you would have the starting of the dialogue, and then it just kind of merges into the description of the sentence without the cutoff point. And that happened
Finish.
somewhat often. I noticed it happening like 5 or 6 times throughout the course of the book, which, given the way I read and my dyslexia, I almost certainly didn't count all of them. Um, and there's a few other small things with that
Mm.
kind of guise that I noted as an issue, which isn't something that bothers me in particular, but I know some people find it quite irksome to have copy errors in the books that they read.
Yeah.
So if that's something which pulls you out of the experience of reading a book, then maybe checking that you're getting a more recent edition of this if you're buying it physically, or double checking the online version to see if there's an updated and edited one would be recommended. Because if I can notice them, then it's probably not the best. Not my area of specialty. My hands are gone. That's
I
concerning. Oh,
I do know this is a self-published book, like
yeah.
fully self-published,
Mhm.
because a big part of the like um popularity of this book is because it won Mark Lawrence's self-published fantasy blog off like thing.
Okay, that's
Um
cool.
yeah, which I didn't even know that because I do often look at the self-published like that Mark Lawrence the SPFBO award.
Mhm,
Um
mhm.
and I just missed this one it seems. Um I actually found a really good book off of that.
Oh.
But yeah, so I do know it is self-published,
Yeah,
which could be a bit of that. It might just not have gotten that much editing into it,
yeah.
sadly.
I do think the some of the qualms I have with this book, because I did enjoy reading it, but I did sit there at times thinking, I wish this book could have been edited by a potentially more experienced editor or had another once-over,
Yeah.
just because there was one or two things which held me back from fully loving it as much as I did enjoy it, was my kerfuffle.
Yeah. I agree.
If we hop into the themes for the book,
Yes.
I feel like it's strange because when you look at the last few fantasy books we've read, they've all been kind of political allegories, and then we have
Yes.
this, which there's themes within the characters of everyone has their struggles, and the image you see on the surface isn't the case, but outside of that as a kind of baseline idea for looking at characters, I wouldn't say there are many overarching themes. There's a lot of discussion of loneliness, but it's not really explored in much depth. It's more used as a character identifier rather than a tool for
Yeah.
story development.
I get that same vibe of like there are not that many like themes throughout this book. There's like ideas that are used and like kind of like what's the way to put it, like ideas attached to certain characters, but none of them are like a theme in the book, it
It's
feels
not
like.
like a central
The
principle. They're naturally used in the developments of certain characters or interactions, but it's not a kind of
yeah.
exclamation
The
mark theme.
the way I liked thinking about this book is it's very much like a Agatha Christie book or like a Knives Out type vibe, where there are ideas and like in quotation mark themes attached to a character, but there's no like big theme on the whole story or like a yeah, it's like there's stuff used to create more interesting characters to a degree.
Yeah.
I couldn't find like a, especially to the degree of like you said, books we've read in the past, like the last few fantasy books we've read, which have heavy themes in them. I can't really find anything that outstanding, not outstanding in that way. What's the better way to put it? Like
A central
stand out.
theme. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing like this is the theme. Flag wave, flag wave, flag wave. I couldn't find anything like that.
Yeah.
Not that it's bad. I do think it lends itself to this genre.
Not every book needs to be like a parable or a reframing of a social issue. You can have a nice
Yeah.
little murder mystery. And I enjoyed reading this. I will say, I didn't feel like this is spoilers. I regrettably figured out who. This is. There ends up being two people you're looking for over the course of this book.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into any more details because spoilers, but one is a bit more significant than the other, and the less significant character you end up looking for, I had no clue about. The more significant one, I'm afraid I figured out quite early on, and not in a way of I have a hunch in the in the way where we we can talk about it in the spoiler section, but there's like a moment where a character's like, oh, and then I contextualized this piece of information, and I'm like, yes, you do. You could have done that however many chapters ago. But
Yeah.
it is fun that as the reader you can know it before the characters do, because it is a very odd thing to pick up on. And I think honestly, if I'd been reading it in paper, I might not have gone back and checked if it wasn't so easy to find the previous pages and look between the pieces of information and compare and check. But it is one of the ones where you can spot who it is pretty early on, because I know in mystery books in particular, some people like being confused and like only finding out as it's revealed, versus some people enjoy kind of plotting along and figuring it out. But yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, hi, Quinsana. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Should we hop over into the world building then? Because there isn't many super strong team shenanigans to yap about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, The one thing about like, yeah, no, we should go to world building. I wanted to say something kind of tied from themes to world building. Is that like one of the things we sometimes talk about is like how integrated the world building are into the themes, or how integrated the world is with like the themes of the world.
Yeah.
Um, because there are no real themes, it doesn't really tie into the world itself. But the world itself has like interesting ideas in it of like um how some stuff are treated and things, which I did find interesting.
Yeah. I think it's a fantasy world, so this isn't fiction in the sense of it's just a made up story. There are wyvern and monsters and creatures and
Yeah,
mysterious nobles. Um, and I think some of the information regarding those is revealed to you in kind of critical ways as the story progresses. And so it
yeah,
becomes a little bit awkward to talk about in the spoiler free session. But I think they did a lot of fun things, particularly with um, use of language. So there are certain times when you hear something mentioned and it being discussed socially, and you're like, oh yeah, this is a normal thing because naturally within their society they're using a parallel word to the we would, and then you find out, oh no, it's actually a fantasy thing, but it makes sense it's normal to them because they're in this integrated fantasy world, and that's cool and fun, and I liked how that was implemented.
yeah.
Um,
I
I'll
I agree with that.
yeah. Um, I do think that it's not a like a hard fantasy system by any means. It's very much a there's these things happening, there's these creatures here, there's a world around you, but it is quite emotionally in depth about a lot of the fantasy elements. Um, and in that you have quite a strong um, I think yeah, just emotional framing of different creatures. So one that's mentioned is one of the monstrosities. There's a discussion, not directly, but it talks about their experience in social isolation and how people interact with them. And so even if it isn't something that you kind of have a much context for before it's introduced, it does feel very well established and weaved into the book in an emotional and interpersonal context, even if there isn't a kind of hard world building context behind it, which I found nice. Um,
Yeah,
yeah. Do you have things to
I
yell
agree.
about?
Well, so I don't have that much to talk about like the world building specifically, because like so a bunch of it's not even a spoiler. A bunch of the world building is like so okay, it's murder at Spindle Manor. That's the first part we have to talk about. Spindle Manor is a massive part of this book,
Yeah.
and there's no big like world built. It's not like a Stormlight Archives or like a Mistborn, where you're going out and seeing like a massive area and like going through that area for a large part of it. A lot of this is about like the murder mystery, and there is stuff like the nobles. I really like the nobles. I want to know more about the
Yeah.
nobles that gets shown, but it's nothing a like a Stormlight Archives or a Priory or something like that where you're like a massive world to world build. So to
It
me,
is a
it's
kind
hard
of
to talk about.
locked house world building in the sense of
Yeah,
it being a locked house mystery.
it's a locked house mystery. So like if I when I talk about the world building, right? It's hard for me to talk about the world building because like there is a bunch there that I think is interesting, but that
Mhm.
wasn't world built. But because it's a locked house mystery, I don't want you to world build to a large degree. I
Yeah.
don't want you to like spend like 100 pages on the nobles. I
I would quite like
my
that as a
favorite thing
separate book,
about this
though.
book, yes, my favorite thing about this book was how it's short and it's very easy to read through. Um, it feels very easy to get through. I don't want them to like cram in world building for the sake of like, no, but people are gonna ask because we are in a fantasy world. I don't know. I like that about this. I don't want to like ding marks from the world building for that,
Mhm.
but there is no like world to get into to a
I,
large degree.
I
There's
think
just very efficient use of world building in
there's
this.
very efficient use of world building. It is very kind of like a framing tool where you get the impression of
Yeah,
these things are mentioned in passing. They have context which the characters know about, but because it doesn't make sense in conversation for a character to go, yes, and this is the lamplight which is vital to survival
yeah,
due to this, this, and this, and therefore it's not explained to you because it doesn't make sense for the characters to explain those things
yeah.
at any point, which I quite like, especially when you have a
I do.
softer system. It avoids any awkward exposition, and it means that when information comes up, it appears naturally in dialogue and isn't jarring, which when you have a kind of mystery and need to pull out information, I think it's all suited to it. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with that. I do like a lot of that part of it. So
Mhm.
there's like the world building I say is fine to like really to good. I don't think like it's amazing or great. It might get there with like book 2, book 3 when you kind of like actually start like having more parts put in because you're getting more place to do that and you're not attached to Spindle Manor for the next one. You're attached to whatever next one you go to, right?
Mhm.
So there might be more there and there might be a lot of fun there and stuff, but for this, I think it's like fine. It's not bad that you would notice it. It's not lacking, but it's also not phenomenal. It's not like I, it's not like a Brandon Sanderson or like a Mark Lawrence or like a Tolkien, and like, oh my god, these worlds are phenomenally amazing and deep, and there's so much in it, and there's so much like really cool stuff in it. But it doesn't need to be. So for me, it's pretty good. I will say it's not that original of a world. I feel like, but I didn't get that big of a like attached to it. I want to read more, but it feels like a world you have seen before, but not in a bad way. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I think one thing which I found was very fun, which is a small detail, and this is something that's discussed in passing, but there's although the world isn't like brought out in great detail, it does
Yeah,
feel lived in, even if it's not present. So
yeah,
it feels like the characters have lived in the world and then brought specifically the relevant information to Spindle Manor. So you have a
yeah,
kind of discussion about how two people uh, disagreeing over a dinner conversation because they back different political parties because it affects their investments in mining companies, with these being upper class socialites and wanting to get the most out of their investments. And I think that's a
yeah,
very kind of lived in idea to have within a world, especially one that's kind of a light touch. And so it doesn't get explored too much because you are in one building for I think all but one chapter of this book, and
yeah,
maybe the first 2 pages when you approach the manor. Um, and so it makes sense that it's not super in depth, but I do think it was good. I really enjoyed it. I was a bit nervous at first when it started being like, there's this fantasy element, there's this fantasy element, and they just appeared over time. But when they became so
yeah,
emotionally integrated with the characters and the story, I I thought it made sense within the world, and I enjoyed it. Yeah.
yeah. No, it does feel like a very, like, it feels like a thought out world to a large degree. Like,
Hmm.
there is a lot for future books to, like, get into and, like, a lot
Yeah.
more there in the world. In this, there wasn't a lot in there, but I don't think the world building was bad by any stretch
Hmm.
of the imagination. It was used It was used to what it needed to be used for. There was another book that I said that exact same thing for, where we talked about it, and the topic came up of like, is it a good world built world? One of our book club books, and it wasn't that deep of a world, but that's what you kind of wanted. Oh, it was Six
This
of
is
Crows last month.
Oh, I thought that was going to be what you said for Babel. Um, for
Babel
their
is also very
fantasy.
similar, where
Yeah.
there's a like a massive world outside of Babel that was just never fully like done, but it didn't need to be. Six of Crows is the same. Outside of like one city in Six of Crows, you don't see that much of the whole world. And you know there is a whole world because there's a literal sister series and all of this talk of a whole world, but you don't see it because you
Mhm.
don't need to. You straight up don't need to. And it does so well in what it does need to do that it's fine. and it's great. That's what I feel with Mirror at Spindle Manor.
That's fun. I agree. Um, should do you have any other thoughts on world buildings? I don't think I do.
Well,
Um, uh, the characters.
yeah, there's not
Oh,
characters. No,
um,
there's not a lot about world building in this specifically. I think it ties a lot more into the characters because a lot of the
yeah.
world building is attached to characters to a large degree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Um, I like the characters. I think they weren't all likable, but they were well established. If that's a good way of framing them, I would not
Yeah,
want to go on a holiday with a lot of them. Uh,
no.
yeah. But
So
you go, you go.
no, go for it, go for it.
No, I forgot my idea. What was yours?
So with characters, right? I struggle with characters in the way that I usually struggle with like murder mystery characters to a large degree. It's my one like big pet peeve of like murder mysteries, like this locked room murder mysteries. Even like Agatha Christie, is like there's like usually one or two characters that feel like really good, alive, like with like pretty amazing characters. It's usually your inspector. So like Poirot, or like you have the guy from Knives Out. You have characters like that. In this, it's Isabel, who feel like really good characters, like Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is a phenomenal character as a character, and then
My
the rest are kind of used as like chess pieces or ideas or like stuff like that. And that's kind of where I got here, mostly because the cost is so big.
my
Um,
my favorite character
because
was
there's a lot
Penny.
of characters. I like Penny too.
I thought Penny was really interesting.
Yeah, but like some of them kind of, to me at least, kind of go to like what's the word? It's not like a side character vibe. It's more like a you see why they're there idea of like they become less of like a character to me and they become more of like what they're supposed to do in a story.
hmm I think it makes sense within the context of the story and how they interacted because you do have a large cast of characters. You have
Yeah.
the 10 visitors, Evie the
Yes.
footman, and then at the start, no more information, you have the landlady and Penny at the manor. So you have 14 characters who,
Yeah.
off the start, you get to know quite well, and you have a lot of in-depth conversations with each of them individually. And that's, I think, too many people to develop in the length of this book, because it's a pretty
Yeah.
short book, I think, around 250 pages.
Yeah. I think it's like 250 to like 300 max.
Yeah. Storygraph said it
300
was
and
under
you would get
300,
like big.
300 on me. But
Yeah, like if you do like 300, it would be like the big space from like the big font ones. I just know this book is actually quite short.
yeah. Um but yeah, I think there's some who are quite well developed. I
Yeah,
think you do get the case where most of the characters are really developed in one or two aspects. So they might not be a fully
yes,
fleshed out character, but each person has at least one relationship that feels real and lived in, and maybe
yeah,
one defining character or trait. There's one character who I think was maybe not done justice and was played as like the kind of the butt of the joke for a lot of the book, and that was an intentional framing. But
yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah. um
yeah,
but yeah, outside of that one character, which we can talk about more in the spoiler section, because I do worry it veers into spoilers. um I thought
probably a little bit.
all of the characters had meaningful relationships with other characters that felt lived in and seemed to
Yeah.
develop throughout the story. There was one or two of them where I thought, this feels more kind of like a trope necessarily than something that fully fits in the situation. But I don't know. With
Yeah,
with that many characters,
it's
it's difficult.
Yeah, like so. Okay, so I would say everyone has at least like one, specifically like one relationship that is established and pretty well done and like really a thing. Not all of them get a ton, but like I don't expect you to do like a full like it. It's 10 characters with like
Yeah, it's so much
minimum 10
content.
characters.
Yeah.
It's like 10 characters, and you still have to establish your like inspector because she doesn't count to the characters.
Mhm.
And then one of these characters needs to be lying, so you also have to have like the fake part of one person in there because they're the murderer, or in this case, shapeshifter. So like, there's really not space to do it, but
Mhm.
like there are pretty good characters in here. Um, but yeah, there's 10 of them. It's not all gonna be great, and sadly, it isn't all great. But I don't expect it to be.
Yeah. One thing which I realised I haven't mentioned so far, but I noticed throughout the book is I have the impression, and I have no proof, but I believe this author has spent a lot of time writing on AO3 and Tumblr, and I would bet money
Yeah.
on it based off how they write. Um, and I have spent a lot of time reading fanfiction on AO3, and so this isn't necessarily a dig, but there's a few things, especially when we were talking about earlier, when it was like, oh, I'm surprised that didn't kind of get like copy edited out or retuned. When I was like, this feels like something I would see as like a thing that popped off on Tumblr or that got notes about it on AO3. And then as I kind of read more and realized it was self-published, I was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense. and I've,
Yeah.
I've I've read a lot of things in this style, or it was particularly with
Yeah.
character interactions in this style for me to recognize it. So it's not like necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely there. It's definitely.
Yeah. It's it shows its like self-publishedness a lot.
Mhm.
Something like sort of Kaigen doesn't, but this actually kind of does. Not that it's bad. I like self-published like books and like AO3 style books. I think you can have a lot of like really good stories in there,
Mhm.
but it will come with like a lot of sacrifice. Like for this, yeah, the it needed a few editing passes.
Mhm. I do
At
think.
least like one from a really good editor would have
Yeah.
um would have been great.
I do think I realised that to certain parts of the internet saying something reminiscent of AO3 is an insult. I have had multiple AO3 accounts over the last 2 decades. I stand by them all. I
Yeah.
we love AO3 here, but it does certainly have some certain like styles and quirks that you can see in the writing here, um, at different points. Um, which I have
I'll
some.
go even further.
Oh,
I'll go even further and say most fancy authors that you know has written or used to read AO3
oh yeah.
because it is where you start. That's the best thing I could say about this. It's a very it. This is an author at the start of their career,
Hmm.
and usually you don't see these books from authors. Most authors don't publish their first books, but everybody has been here.
Yeah. I will say it felt quite cohesive for
Yeah,
if it doing the discussion of it being a first book. Oh Lisa, thank you for the follow. Come into the library. I hope you're having a good day.
welcome, welcome.
Um, but yeah, I I liked it in terms of the characters. We get obviously the main character Isabel, I believe, because it's not spelled like the traditional
It's a
Isabel,
bow.
I believe. So
I
is
think it's a
Isabel?
bow.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah, I think it's a
really,
bow. I think.
yeah.
I don't know how you say her last name though.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
I don't. I think it's Agarwal or something. That's what the like person reading it said, but I don't know. I am not confident.
Yeah. It's spelled Agarwal. Um, and I found that whenever I tried to say it out loud or in my head, I would always miss out at least one vowel. So I could do with finding an audiobook of an author interview. But
Yeah,
Isabel,
Agarwal.
I think is a really interesting character. I don't think she necessarily changes much over the course of the book, but I think it's more that you see her just dealing with really weird situations. And sometimes
Yeah.
just kind of like getting through stuff is kind of growth from a reader's
Well,
perspective.
well, in these stories, the like main like investigator, main character, like
Mhm.
hunter, cop, person, whatever the heck, doesn't change at all. So it comes with the genre.
Yeah, it'd be
Poirot is the same Poirot he was in book one as he is in like I think book 14 at this point.
yeah. I did not read those books in the correct order, and it did not change a thing for Poe. But I will say
Does not change.
for the genre, she changes quite a bit. For like an average protagonist, doesn't change very much.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think that's like a good place for the book to sit.
It's a as a middle ground between like a normal fantasy book and like a murder mystery, like closed room murder mystery, because I don't think it is fully a closed room murder mystery, but it's also not a fantasy book in that capacity at all. It's a very nice meeting of the two. She changes just enough for like this in between that it is, because like
Yeah, it does feel like a good
if you have
compromise between the spirits of the book.
yeah, if you have a Poirot in this, it wouldn't work as well. Because like this doesn't feel like those closed room murder mysteries always to me feel like a Saturday morning cartoon vibe, like a Scooby Doo, where it's like very like this is the like case of the week, and they don't change between them. It's just like Scooby goes to this place and finds a ghost, and next week we're finding a zombie. Um, it wouldn't work with this. I think this is less that and more like fantasy like inspired. It's almost like the way I can compare it for people that haven't read this or don't fully know about like closed room murder mysteries. This feels almost like so normal Scooby Doo, like old school Scooby Doo, versus like Mystery Incorporated, where old school Scooby Doo is like literally case of the week.
I miss
They
Mystery
don't change.
Incorporated. I want to watch it again now.
And Mystery Incorporated has a lot of character growth in it. It doesn't have massive character growth in it, but it has a lot of it throughout the series of like stuff that happens and they have to change. They don't become like new people or have like massive arcs, but they have an arc. That's what this is almost like. It's like Isabel doesn't have like a massive arc, but she does change and there's a bunch of stuff that happens and things. But like I really like it. I really like Mystery Incorporated. So for me, this is the perfect like mix between the two.
Yeah, I did really like it as a meeting point between fantasy and mystery. And I think that
Yeah,
the characters worked well in that because a lot of the time with
yeah,
mystery books they're set in the real world, and so the only framing you have to do for each of the characters is what are their motives, who are they as a person. Whereas
yeah,
in this case you also have to contextualize, are do they contain any of these fantasy elements as a character, and if so, how do they work with the world, and what is everyone's opinion of that fantasy element? And so there's
yeah.
a lot more groundwork you have to do for it, but I think it's done well.
So much more.
Um,
Yeah,
I will
I
say,
agree.
not a spoiler, I don't think, but I do like that at some point a lot of the female characters are just like, so Isabeau, very beautiful woman here, um, you know, throws hair from side to side. We're both single, and well, went on an adventure in the manor. That made me giggle. I was just like, oh my
I did
gosh.
like that.
I mean, she's a very competent huntress. It makes sense that if you're gonna see her, you're gonna shoot your shot. Probably not whilst being investigated for a murder. That's probably not the best circumstance, but you know, I can't fault them for
Yeah, well,
trying.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Agreed. I would too, even if I was under investigation for murder.
Yeah. um. So, I think for the dialogue specifically, um, I don't really have any comments outside of what we mentioned earlier. Of some of it does feel quite reminiscent of AO3. Not necessarily a bad thing,
Yeah,
but it's true. And if you've been on the platform for for enough hours, you'll know what I mean, and you'd recognize her.
Yeah.
I think there was one or two instances where this is a slight copywriting thing. Of I do think sometimes you would have continuous pieces of dialogue, and I'm just like, you could put a pause in there just to mention a character like taking a sip of tea or like turning to adjust to everyone. So you did have quite long sections of uninterrupted dialogue, which there's not necessarily anything wrong with, but I felt it could have flowed a little bit more smoother. But for a self-published book, that's kind of a natural thing to have slight things like that you pick up on.
Yeah. It's like I expect the next book and the book after to be better and better, and then as this author keeps publishing, better and better and better. Not that it's bad here, it is that like style of like first published book, or still like in that AO3 era of like not fully practiced into the art of writing fully yet. It's pretty good though for
Oh
like
yeah.
where they start on a book one. It's pretty good, but it does have that like AO3ness to it,
Yeah.
which I will say I do like.
I do
I
like
do
it's
read
kind
a
of
lot of
charming to me.
Same.
um but yeah, I think it was good. In terms of character representation, I believe it's not mentioned at too many points across the story, but I believe the main character Isabel is a woman of color within the setting of the world. There isn't anything to
Yes.
address whether or like any kind of comments on that, so it's not explored as a theme, but she's described as having, I think, very tan skin at a few points. I can't remember the exact quote, but it's mentioned in passing when she's introduced and when like she recalls herself as a child. So it's not a central theme.
But it is something. She
Yeah,
is
it's definitely,
a person of color.
yeah. I almost kind of like the way, and this is going to sound a little silly, but sometimes when a character is introduced as being like a non-white kind of someone who you don't see as Poirot, it gets brought up like every 2 seconds as a kind of framing narrative.
Yeah.
But I liked that it was just established and it's like, no, this is the world, this is the character, and it's in the same way that it would be reminded of for someone like Poirot. It's not reminded on for Isabeau, it's just established. And so I liked how it was done. It made sense.
I agree with that. Because like, yeah, you are correct. That can happen with characters. With that, like, and this is the gay character. Did you know they're gay?
Yeah.
They're doing the thing, but did you know they're gay too? Ooh, it can grate on that. This doesn't do it to its massive benefit. There's no doubt that she is a person of color, and that does influence her worldview, but I don't need to be told like, oh yes, her skin is very tired once she looks at this spyglass.
Yeah.
I'm like, why do you need to say that?
Yeah. It's not like said outright, but it's inferred that she's queer on the basis that women keep flirting with her, and she like entertains it.
Specifically, it seems like she is bi. Specifically,
yeah, she does. She does comment on the attractiveness of a man at one point, so it's not stated outright, but yeah.
Yeah. Also, to its benefit, I like the more interested, like, she plays interested and coy with all the women flirting with her, which is great.
I mean, it's really good to get information out of in a murder mystery.
It is. It is.
But
it's really good.
Yeah. I like Isabel as a character. I think it makes sense, and I'm hoping, because I'm started reading the second book, I hope develops more. Yeah. There's some bits, but that's in spoiler territory, which we can yap about in the second half in terms of Isabel and her relationships. Do you have any pet peeves or notes? again, because of how the characters unfold, I have one or two things where I was like, oh, I don't really like that, but I think that goes into spoiler territory, and so I'm gonna hang back on saying them for the second part. Apologies if that's vague, but I don't know how else to communicate it without getting kind of spoilery.
Yeah, I think I have like one or two pet peeves, but they're also kind of spoilery to like talk about. I think they might be the same as yours even, but
Yeah.
like
Well,
that
we.
also I will say that shows you how good it is at what this does do. I think there's very few things to complain about in this book and have like pet peeves on that about. So I think we might have the same ones. I think these characters are one really good, the ones that need to be really good, Isabeau
Mhm.
specifically, or they do the job they need to do when they don't need to be deep, because like not every of the 14 characters need to be deep, but they're still well done in not their depth. Um, there's a few things that don't particularly like, or how it was done I don't like, but
Mhm.
yeah.
I will say another character who I really like, who can't get into the context of too much because it's a mystery, but I really like Miss Valdez as a character.
Yeah,
Esmeralda Valdez. Um,
yeah.
yeah,
I
very well
can't
done.
say anything about that, but I do agree.
Yeah, I think of the guests, her writing was one of the strong points. Um,
Yes. She is definitely one of the strongest written guests. Yeah, yeah. Of the guests,
mhm,
specifically, she
mhm.
is probably, yeah. Which
Um,
I did like most of the guests, by the way. I did enjoy like, I don't mean like I like them, like I would want to hang out with them. A lot of
yeah,
them I don't. I just enjoyed how they were done.
yeah.
That's a better way to say it.
I liked
I
how they were
enjoyed how they
written.
were written.
I wouldn't want to be in the manor with them, murder mystery
I,
aside.
I wouldn't want to be in the same state as them, some of them.
Yeah, I can think of two. Um,
Yeah.
but that's intentional. So
Yes.
it feels strange to have such a brief discussion, but with it being a mystery, it's really difficult to do a kind of spoiler-free review in any more depth. Um, do you have any other notes on characters, or should we start talking about the writing?
Nope, I don't have anything else about characters. It's hard to get like into characters with a
Mhm,
murder
mhm.
mystery because like the big point of a murder mystery is the characters and like kind of discovering the characters and a lot of that. So it's hard to do a non-spoiler version of that where you're like, because a lot of this stuff is supposed to be like talked about and thought about in the terms of like,
How
is
it
it them? So anything
unfolds.
I do,
Yeah.
so anything I say kind of ruins that, especially in this book, because I do think I agree with you that I could tell who the doppelganger was pretty early. So like, not pretty early, but I could tell who it was. I did figure it out. So anything you do say in a non-spoiler section will just ruin it. So
Yeah.
it's hard to speak about.
Yeah. Um, in terms of the writing of the book, uh, I will say I feel like the ideas of the book and the characters were more of the kind of key points to me. I didn't notice the
Yeah.
writing a huge amount outside of going, you've been on AO3 with me. I recognise this in a kindred spirit. I didn't have a huge amount I noticed. There were a few really good opening lines, or how do I
Yes.
phrase this? I feel like, and this is something that kind of lent into the notion of the AO3ness of it, was I realised a part of the way in there were a few segments and I was like, oh, this line was written intentionally to be cool. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if you notice happening repeatedly, it can become less impactful and make you less
Yeah.
inclined to go, oh, that line goes hard, that's a good paragraph. However, the opening
Yeah.
sentence, Isabel
I love the opening
Argual
sentence.
stood before Spindle Manor at 7 o'clock in the evening with every intention of killing someone.
Yeah.
That's just good. That kind of sets you up for what's going to happen. But
Yeah.
I remember going into it as a murder mystery. I was just like, oh, that's interesting, because I didn't know the framing of hunting down the doppelganger, or as it's referred to in text, the
Oh,
doppelwyvern. And so
yeah, the
this
Doppelwyvern.
it was a fun and efficient way of communicating information, and there were some very good examples. The other ones are later on, so I won't read them as quotes because spoilers.
Yeah,
But yeah, there were
I,
some. Yeah.
I do agree with that. I call that style
Mhm.
is like, so there's two different ways like to achieve something. Like somebody like Brandon Sanderson does the opposite of this. Um, there's writing for a quote, which this is. It's very much writing for that, like, ooh, that's a cool quote. That feels really cool to say.
Mhm.
That's kind of what this feels like. It's like they thought of a really cool quote or a really cool like sentence, and then they add it in because it is actually really cool. And then there are writers that just have writing that like lends itself to just like having very quotable moments. Brandon Sanderson is a massive one of that, where his writing just almost begets that. Um, but this is that AO3 style of like, I thought of a cool quote. I thought of a cool quote. Let me add it. Let me add it. Not
I
that it's bad.
I do think some
It's a
part of
style.
that is being a debut author versus I fear to know
Yeah,
how many pages of writing Brandon Sanderson has written. Um,
he's. Well, let me put it this way.
he's practiced.
Brandon Sanderson wrote 13 books before he published Mistborn 1. There's 13 books that we will never ever ever see because he just wrote them as practice. Um, it's not a fair comparison in a massive way. It's not that fair to like compare them, but like it's the style of writing. Um, it's a very AO3 style of writing of like having very fun quotes that you like and then just adding them in, which I love. I That's something that I do enjoy. It's a very D&D style of writing as well. Like
Mhm, mhm.
as a D&D RPer, you'll think of a cool quote and then you'll insert it into the RP. It's that style of like I like it. It lends itself to the whole vibe of this book that I really enjoy. Of
Yeah.
like it feels very self-published in the best way possible.
Mhm. I
It's
think
not trying to be what it's not.
it matches the genre really well. I think there is a
Yes.
chance where it could be elevated with good copy editing to be
Yes.
really great, but I think where it is now is good and is really impressive with
Yes.
this being the first publication. Um, yeah, I,
It is very, very impressive.
I like it. As someone who's written books, finished them, and never put them anywhere, the first books are hard and normally bad, so this is very good.
The Brandon Sanderson has a notorious quote in his like, so you know he has that like writing thing he does, right? His
Mhm,
like
mhm.
writing workshop he does. I think he does it every single year or every other year. I can't remember. But he has a notorious quote in at the start of that thing is like, the first 10 books you write will not be that great. It's not even all that like showing of you as an author, because like every single author has those first 10 that are just like needs a lot of work, needs a lot of editing, needs a lot of copywriting work on it. Everybody goes through that. And as that, this one is actually really good for where it is already. Um, there's a bunch of stuff that can be removed with like copy editing, with like editing and like a bit of copywriting stuff, because like there is capitalization missing and like quotation marks and stuff. But like if you're a solo published author, yeah, that
It's
will
a
slip
natural
through.
part of the process, yeah. Um,
That will slip through.
yeah.
I mean, Brandon Sanderson, for example, just because I am using him as an example for that, Brandon Sanderson
Kai Clay
has
likes Brandon
7.
Sanderson. You might discover this over
I
the
love
course of
Brandon.
book club.
Well, he has a lot of talk about writing as a
Mhm,
like
mhm.
as a thing as well. He has, so somebody that practice, right?
Yeah.
He has 7 proofreaders and 2 editors that go over it, with like one big editor, which is like his main editor. So if you're self-publishing, you're doing the job of essentially 10 people in Brandon Sanderson's team.
Oh yeah. It's
Stuff will
difficult.
go.
Yeah.
Stuff will get missing. I honestly almost expect you to miss a few quotation marks or like capitalizations or things, um, because it is not easy. Um, I just want to say that from like the side because I am kind of harsh on like some of it with this author, but I don't think it's anything they could have done better to a large degree. Like, it's a first book. It's like a solo published book that you didn't really have all that much editing on. Like, for that, the writing is. I gave the writing a 5 out of 5 because of that. Because knowing that in my mind, I don't think you could have done much better.
That's fair. That's fair. I do think it's one of those ones where context does matter, and
Yeah.
it's very impressive. Um, but again, just as a reader, if you are reading it without that context, there was a few things that I noticed as I read through it.
Yeah.
But you know, we've yapped about how difficult solo publishing and first books are, so hopefully that makes sense as a kind of skewed benchmark and not as a harsh criticism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I will
I.
say,
Yeah.
in terms of ease of reading, this book had a lot of momentum throughout.
Yes.
It felt like I wanted to keep reading and that it was like, it didn't feel heavy or slow at any point, which it's very easy to when you need to get a lot of information out or you need to have interviews one after the other. But I thought it had pretty good pacing. I thought it had
I agree.
good ways information was revealed in slightly different formats to make things engaging. The only criticism I would have is at one point they were just like, for this conversation, we go to this room, dialogue to indicate everyone runs up and down the stairs. Okay, this scene has happened. Now let us go to this room, dialogue of everyone running down the stairs.
Yeah.
Outside of like that being the only notable instance, I thought it was paced and structured really well. I thought that they used the whole world, the whole manor well, in terms of
Yes.
a building and using that to frame different scenes to stop it being repetitive. Yeah, I really liked it.
Agreed. I also really like the manor. Um, the manor feels kind of fantastical because like there's a bunch of stuff in the manor that you don't really think about, but then once you think about it, you're like, wait, that is weird. Uh, for example, the massive character living in the manor. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I mean, there could be a few that you're talking about.
Yeah, but like that whole thing is like
Mhm.
if you're thinking about like a normal place in like the real world, you don't think about it, but like they'll never fit in there, and that instantly makes you think more like almost like a Hagrid vibe of like, how does Hagrid go to Hogwarts? He's massive. How does he fit through the doors? And that instantly gets you in a mind of like, oh, this place is weird. It is built for a different world.
Yeah.
There is a lot to this place that feels very fantastical. It's stuff like that. Like little, almost like not even what's the word? Not even world building notes, but just like little notes of things added in that
Yeah.
make you feel like,
Lived
oh,
in.
this is cool. They did kind of think about this when they were making this. It does feel pretty lived in. It does feel like the world and the creatures in the world impact this world, which is really cool. I really enjoyed that. Um, that is one of my favorite parts about a lot of this stuff is like that, is like how that does function in the world.
Yep.
Um,
I agree. I agree. I think the kind of soft interaction of the world of the manor, as silly as a sentence that is, but that is functionally the world for this book. I think it
it
does
is the whole world.
match the characters very well.
Yes.
For a brief way of saying my thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah.
No, I do agree.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I do agree with that. It is very well done. The whole book is very well done. Uh, I would say like if you think about this as like a if this is if you don't have the context of this being a first book, a self-published, not all that heavily edited book, I would say it would be like a good book, like good, with like a bit of stuff that's like a little bit off-putting from like not being that edited. If you have in context it being a like pretty early book in this author's career, not that edited, all of that, I would say this is a fantastic book for
Yeah.
that. I am extremely impressed by what this author pulled
It's
out
why I was
for.
so excited to read the second book once I finished the first one. Because, yeah.
It's why I'm excited to read one of the others that they've published, which I think is one of their newer publications,
Oh, okay.
which is so they did Murder at Spindle Manor,
Mm-hmm.
which was in I believe like 2020, 2022, 2021. Um, there's one called The Bookshop and the Barbarian that I'm really curious about, which is they
Ooh.
did it at the start of 2024 or 2023, and it seems really interesting. I want to see where this author goes further.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
Like I want to see where she is like a few book where the author is a few books in.
Mm-hmm. Um. So I feel like we've kind of wandered into wrap up as we've yapped about this. Um.
Yeah.
It it is and it isn't what I expected going in.
So
There were more twists and turns than I expected. Um. There
yeah.
was, but the kind of it was a locked manor murder mystery. So in that aspect and genre,
Yeah.
it did kind of meet the brief. But I think it went beyond it to a large extent. Um, I
Yeah.
did like the book. I've started reading the second one. Um, I in fact would read or buy a sequel. um, and I would recommend it to anyone who isn't kind of precious about editing of books, because if you're someone
Yeah.
who gets upset by missing grammar or by a specific turn of phrase being repeated quite a few times, it might be too irksome for you.
Yeah.
That's something that I think as a reader you kind of gauge your own tolerance of. But if that's not something that bothers you, I would definitely recommend it, especially if you're someone who does have, I think, is it Kindle Unlimited, or if you have Amazon Prime,
Yeah.
because you can read all of the Lamplight series books free with Kindle Unlimited, and you have 1 month free with Amazon, I believe, which
Yeah.
on a necessary boo hiss Amazon, but like if you haven't used it, then you may as well get all
Interesting.
the good things you can out of it. And books are great, so if you get to read more books, yeah. Um, yeah.
A free book. I it was not what I expected going in.
Mhm.
Well, okay. I would say it's what I expected to a degree. I expected a murder mystery with like a cool
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
shape-shifting creature to a degree and like a fantasy world like to whatever degree. So it was to a degree, but it also wasn't to a large degree. It was like in between. Like to a degree, it was what I expected. Um, did I like it? I did. Um, caveat with a few things like it is very AO3
Mhm.
and it is yeah, so there is a bunch of stuff that's like with a caveat, but I did like it. I actually did enjoy it quite heavily. Would I read a sequel? Maybe. So the thing is, I want to read the Bookshop and the Barbarian. Um, I want to read that.
Mhm.
It's not in the same style or in the same like world, I'm pretty sure. But I want to read that and see where the author is at like a later point in their career, and then I would actually read some of the sequels if I do enjoy the Bookshop and the Barbarian a lot,
Okay, that's
or
fine.
to the same degree that I like this.
Mhm. Mhm. It's
I
also
just want to
got a
see if
book
there's
in the
some growth.
title, which is a bonus. Any book
I
that
just
has
want to
the
see if
word
there's some
like
growth.
book or library and title, thumb up for me. Let me read books about books. Sorry.
Thank you. I want to see if there's some like growth in the author to a large degree, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, would I recommend it to people? Yes. So, to who? It's interesting. I would recommend it to people that like Scooby Doo style mystery to a large degree, like that Mystery Incorporated style mystery, where it isn't like it's not like a massive like so there's a lot of mysteries in this, but it's not like a massive web of weaving me like it's not like something like what's the best one to as an example for that that most people might know. It's not like a Knives Out or
Mhm.
like a Glass Onion, which
I want to watch Glass Onion again.
like yes you could figure out a Glass Onion or a Knives Out. It's really hard, and there's a bunch of stuff that's like there's a lot of leaps you need to make, and a lot of stuff with that. This one is not that similar. Like, you could figure out who it is pretty easily, I would say, just by reading the book and like paying attention to some stuff. You could figure it out. You could have an idea of it is pretty well.
Mhm.
So if you don't like mystery that will like hard stump you, don't read this. And then yes, you have to have some enjoyment of the AO3 style, or like at least be okay with like, oh, there's no quotation mark here. Oh, this is the same sentence and same idea remarked again. Or
Mhm.
like Daniel pointed out, they all go walk there. Okay, they're talking here. Oh, but we have to go to that place. They
That
all
did
walk
only
over there.
happen
Now we're
once.
talking.
It was just quite egregious when it happened because it happened between
Yeah,
3 different rooms in like one chapter, and so I had to point it out.
yeah. Like so, you kind of have to know what you're getting into with that. If you are fine with that, do read this book. It is really fun. It reminded me a lot, like I said, it kind of reminded me a lot of like a Mystery Incorporated, which I love.
Yeah,
All in all, I actually really like this book.
I really liked it. Yeah, I want to read more fantasy mystery now. That's just kind of what
I do
it's
too.
affirmed to me. Because this, I think, was the first. There's naturally been fantasy books I've read before that have mystery elements, but I think this is the
Yeah.
first book that was a mystery book before a fantasy book that I've read, at least in quite a
Yeah.
while. And I really enjoyed it, and now I want to read more of the subgenre.
Yeah, I like the idea behind it. Like, there's a lot of fantasy books that are mysteries. There's not a lot of mystery books that are fantasy.
Mhm.
Um, or at least that I've read. I want a lot more mystery books that have fantasy in it.
Yeah.
To the degree that this has. Like, if anything, that was like one of my
This is a good level of
big
mystery
things.
for me. It's not just, oh, they're hot vampires and the classical murder mystery has happened and
Oh,
occasionally they just drink blood. It was a proper fantasy.
but that's what I want. I want hot vampires that occasionally drink blood. I'm joking. Uh,
I mean, they could add that in. We'll talk spoilers later. We'll talk ideas later.
no, I do want to read a bit more like fantasy mystery, fantasy detective vibes like that. I don't know if there's a lot of like what's the like the locked room like mystery fantasies like this.
Yeah.
Um,
I
but I
think
do want to find some because it is
I do
very fun.
think that suits the genre quite well because when you're establishing something as complex as a fantasy world, for it to have the grounding and depth to make any de- deductive assumptions feel reasonable, you kind of need to have a limited scope, and so you need some
Yeah,
artificial point of focus. So you need to either be on a train, in a locked hotel room that's in the
yeah,
countryside and no one can get to you, on an island where the tide is out and you can't sail back for another 2 days. You need some kind of point of isolation for it to not be such a wide focus when establishing not only a world but characters who are misdirecting the truth. Um, and so I
yeah,
kind of expect that some amount of artificial isolation in the sense of a locked room will be present in a lot of fantasy mystery books. But I think it makes sense, and I love it as a trope, and so I will not complain.
I agree. So what I know a few series, but they're not locker room mysteries. Stuff like the Dresden Files, they are
Yeah,
mysteries, but they're not locker room mysteries, and they're also on Earth for a lot of. It's like Earth. It's
yeah.
basically Earth to a large degree. I want more like this, which is like a locked room, like it's a fully fantasy world with like hints of like earthen things to kinda like smooth over some of the stuff. Like it is a like kind of steampunky vibe that you get from some of it, which is to like smooth over like we don't want to talk about like what the lamplight is and it's important to that stuff. I want more like this instead of like yeah.
Well,
I
there
don't know.
was there was
I
a
want to
little
find some.
steampunk character here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I want a lot more of that vibe than like I
Not
want to
like
find some.
urban
I want to recommend
fantasy,
some.
a total
Yeah.
fantasy world, I think is the
Yeah.
classification you're making there.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say, we forgot to mention this in the representation bit, which is our bad, which is there's like a brief explanation of how in the fantasy setting they use technology as a disability aid. One of the
Oh yeah.
characters is a veteran who came back with injuries and uses a like mechanical like pseudo biosuit for steampunk arm and side of face, and has like a coal engine on their back. Um, and I think that's just cool. I think that's a really good example of using fantasy in that kind of area. Um,
Yeah. I agree.
Scary
It is a
person,
very good book.
but cool
Yeah.
example of character building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I like a lot of like the stuff that they did in this book, and I kind of want to read another like book like this. Um, specifically in the genre. I do like. I didn't know how much I would like
I'll read the
fantasy.
sequel
Like
over the next like 2 or 3 days and tell you how I think about it whilst I'm waiting for this month's book club
that
books to be delivered.
that
But
I'm down.
okay. Do we have any final thoughts, or should we meander over to our second book for this month, over to How to Kill a Witch?
Second book.
Which, something I've realised, which is the books for this month sound awfully violent. We got murder and killing in the titles for both of them. I feel
Yes.
I'm gonna get blacklisted from something somewhere. Um, but yeah, a little bit of framing introduction. How to Kill a Witch by Claire Mitchell and Zoe Venditsoli is a historical text largely, which describes primarily the Scottish witch trials and then briefly discusses the Salem witch trials, being the
Yeah,
most
a little
famous
bit.
witch trials to an American audience.
Yeah.
Ooh, well, I
I
need to
will
scroll
also
to
say
this.
just
Oh,
just for a little bit of context on that, it
mhm.
doesn't discuss. It's less a discussion the witch trials to a large degree. It's discussing the women that were in the witch trials, which I really like about
Yes.
this book.
Mhm, mhm.
It's less about like for lack of a better way to say it, it's less discussing the men that perpetuated the witch trials and
Yeah.
more like the women and why they were like
It's a
and what happened and all of that stuff.
yeah, so if we talk a little bit about expectations versus going into it, because
Yes.
I found whilst reading this book, there was a few points where I was just like, I'd kind of like more context on this. And then I paused and I
Yeah.
was like, I cannot fault the authors in the slightest amount for choosing to only focus on the stories of these women, where their
I
history
agree.
was removed, because it's very intentional that they, with one or two exceptions when talking about the I forget the name, the Witchfinder generals. With the exception of
Yeah.
two brief examples of them, the story is largely centered about the women, and I think it's done intentionally. I do think, as a kind of
It is.
historical text, it makes it like a less complete source, but I
Yeah.
think it's done intentionally and with good emotional reason. And so, although part of me was like, I want more context, I I I I I see why they did it this way, and I ultimately agree with it. I would still like more context, but yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that. It is very obvious on like why they did that and like kind of what they did around that because they don't really go into like a lot of the rest of it. The book is kind of meant to be like a look at the forgotten part of
Yeah.
the conversation around the witch trials, which is the women that were accused of being witches and murdered for it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, so I kind of get why they did it. I enjoy that they did it, but it is a part of like you do need to know that they do it.
I do think it may be something of a generational thing. Of if you are potentially younger, and if you don't know about something, like you've never heard of the Salem witch trials as an American, you might find it a bit
It's not
difficult
a good
reading this as your
source.
first source. If you've heard of the
Yeah.
witch trials, you've maybe seen media where they've been portrayed not very historically, but you know the social context about the misrepresentation of them, then this is a good book to read.
Yeah.
But without knowing the existing bias and misrepresentation, it's a little
Yeah.
out of context almost.
Yeah, this is meant to this is a very good supplement to knowing a lot of the basically the way I would look at this is like if you have like a book about the witch trials, like a college book around it. This is a supplement to show the lacking in those things.
Yeah.
But it's by no means a standalone like look into the witch trials.
Mm-hmm,
This
mm-hmm.
will not tell you this will not tell you most of the context for a lot of the witch trials. This is specifically meant to show you the people that were on the other side of the witch trials. It's a very good supplement, not a very good standalone to the witch trials. Um, and I wouldn't just to like put the other side of that. I don't want it to be a full book on the witch trials. I think as that supplement and what it wants to do, it
It
is
makes sense
phenomenal.
to be done in this way. There's one thing which
Yeah,
I'm going to say just about the framing of the book, which um, this this is my continuing tirade against non-fiction books and having bad blurbs and descriptions on websites. Because when I read
yeah,
about this book, a lot of it framed it as, oh, the Salem witch trials and how it relates to today. And
yeah,
like how it relates today was mentioned, but it wasn't discussed or looked into as a historical source at all
yeah,
within this book. There was kind of points of, and you can see as someone who chose to read a book about the women impacted by the Scottish witch trials, you can see the parallels of how these women were treated. But other than saying
yeah,
there's parallels, you can see them, it's not explored.
yeah,
And that is something which
yeah,
I kind of hoped for in depth because of the
yeah,
the advertising and the promotion for this book. And when it wasn't there, I was like, oh, I thought that'd be really cool to
yeah.
have.
It's
But that wasn't what the book was trying to do. And so it's just another case of where I think that how the book is promoted um, doesn't really match what it's trying
yeah,
to do and
no,
can lead to a negative response when the book hasn't done anything wrong. It's just been described poorly. And so hopefully I've
it's
communicated that well. But if you are looking to read this because you want to like see like direct social parallels looked into in depth with the level of historical rigor that the trials themselves are looked into and how they're traced forwards. That isn't here, but that's
no,
just someone getting overexcited when promoting it and
yeah,
misclassifying the book. What's in there is heartbreaking accounts for many women, and one thing which I enjoyed is probably the incorrect word because it's not happy reading per se, but one thing which I found valuable to be in the book is if there was a story where they couldn't find information about one of the women, they didn't just say, oh, let's use a different example because this doesn't have full context. They chose to highlight we know so little about these women, even of the ones who survived. We don't know who their families are, we don't know
yeah,
who their children are, we don't know if they were let out or if they were just left and died in prison. We don't know how their stories ended. And I think emphasizing that it's still something where we've lost the history and we may not be able to get it back is really important and impactful. And I like that they didn't
yeah,
choose to only focus on more complete stories. Um, yeah.
yeah. I agree with that. There's not. It's very much not cherry picking to prove their points. It is a lot of the point of it is to show all sides of what happened here to these women, even
Mhm.
ones they and us don't know much or anything about.
Yeah.
They don't shy away from that, which is really good. I do like it. It is extremely sad that we don't know a lot about a lot of these things
Yeah.
and probably never will. Um, because these histories have been so I, I want to say scrubbed, but that's like extremely like what's the word? Like that's extremely cynical and like it implies like malicious intent behind it, which I think a lot of people don't have, but that there is also a lot of.
I think it's their histories were disregarded might be an accurate portrayal.
Yeah,
At the time it was
yeah,
happening, people didn't see the value in recording the accurate statements, or maybe had incentives not to. And the book goes into some quite good references of explaining why historical full records of these accounts don't exist, or they don't have reliable um, first sources. And so I think that was done really well.
yeah.
Yeah, it made me grumpy at some points, which a book like this
Same.
should do. Um,
Yes.
I think they'd be a little bit disappointed if the reader didn't get angry at some point whilst reading, because
Yeah.
yeah, the events
That
would
is by design what this book should do.
yeah
Um, Specifically in that what we talked about, where this book isn't like it's not a historical like recollection of the witch trials. It is about the people in it. If that doesn't make, I will say, if that doesn't make you mad, look at yourself a little bit. I'm gonna be real, because some of this stuff is heinous as fuck. I
yeah.
would just be real. Some of the stuff is disgusting to read. Like legitimately. Um,
Oh, we should probably
I had
get.
a
Oh, I was gonna
I
say
had a really hard time reading some of it. I will be real.
yeah.
It was
It might be
it
worth
was not a
before we get
fun read.
too into it to go over some of the content warnings of the book, because this one
Yes.
has more than the fantasy book, which it's usually the other way around. So I suppose it's kind of
Yeah.
good we picked a lighter murder mystery for this month. But this book naturally contains discussion of sexism. There's quite a bit of discussion of religion, so Protestants versus Catholicism. There's also
Yep.
discussion of, I don't know a better way to describe it, but medieval methods of torture in some detail.
Yeah.
And there's also reference to um, like not on page but reference to sexual exploitation and
Yep.
people abusing their power in order to assault and harass people. um,
Yep.
I believe those are the main ones.
There's also a tiny bit, and it's not like fully in depth, but I
Oh,
quote
there's
some
also
of it.
grave robbing. Sorry, just remembered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, there's also a little bit of talk of like it's nothing like explicit or like fully out there, but there is some stuff that you could read as like xenophobia and like a little bit of like, what's the word for it, like um no, us versus them mentality, specifically attached to the religion.
Yeah.
um there's a bit of that attached to it, which does feel icky when you read it to a large degree, so
Oh
I
yeah.
will point that out.
And I will say that these topics are all handled with intentional sensitivity or
Yes.
brutality. So if they are
Yes.
being upfront about something, it is because this book is largely written with the purpose of bringing attention to these stories and the fact that they haven't been told. And so,
Yeah.
although at points they do try to make you angry, that's because we should probably be angry about this. um,
Yeah.
and so I think, although not handled delicately, it has been handled well, and if it was handled delicately, it wouldn't have been handled well. As much as I've repeated
Yeah.
myself there, so I'm not sure how clear I was. I hope that the sentiment comes across. It's very
Yeah.
intentional with how it handles these topics, as much as it doesn't shy away from them. Um,
I would also say with like it does seem like a massive list of like trigger warnings and stuff. If it didn't include them, this would be a very disingenuous book to not include them, because
yeah.
that is literally what these people's lives and stories were.
Mhm.
Um, and in that regard, it handles them, I would say, phenomenally.
Oh,
Um,
another thing which I should probably mention as a content warning, but I don't really have like a concise way of saying this, but there's a lot of like demonization of different behaviors of women. So there's a lot of kind of
yeah,
specifically for women's sexuality or having partners, there's a lot of
yeah.
shaming surrounding that. Um, yeah, don't know have a concise way
There's
to
a bunch
describe
of
it,
it.
but there's yeah, the witch trials were bad, and this is a good demonstration of the people's stories who were lost, and it makes you
Yeah.
grumpy, and it should.
Yeah, it really does. Like I said, this was a really hard read a lot of the time for me because like it was a horrid event and it's a really good covering of a really hard thing that happened. And I don't even want to say event because it was like years. It
Yeah,
was like so long.
that was something which
Um
I thought was, I think, once again, because this is a non-fiction book and a historical event, I'm not really going to follow the spoiler format. So I will be
no.
discussing things that happened in the second part of the book, because it is a historical text. And although it's an undertold story, I don't know how else to navigate non-fiction reviews. I
Yeah.
enjoyed the emphasis in, oh, I've forgotten her name. The last woman who they tell the story of. That's
Oh, no, I forgot her name.
um but they do an interesting framing where they discuss how in her testimony, and although that testimony is likely not reliable, she references being a younger woman and remembering two prior separate witch trials, and emphasizes that this is something that goes on for decades, that has gone on for
Yeah.
generations, and that has just continued. Because it's very easy when looking back at history to see like 150 years blend together and think of that in as like a short period of time, as thinking of that as like 3 or 4 monarchs, not a huge thing, but just how much life and culture had impacted. And so I think choosing that
Yeah.
story and an older person's experiences, where even if potentially her words weren't being accurately recorded in the accounts that we've had preserved, um, the idea that she had seen previous witch trials and that may have shaped her behaviour, I think was impactful as
Yeah.
framing the time which it happened over. Um,
Yeah. Because I don't know. It's like you can kind of see the date and then like try and justify it, but like the amount of time it was actually in there and like the amount of like changes in like monarchies that happened between them is kind of crazy if you
yeah,
think about it.
mhm. It does to some
It
extent go after James of Scotland, and how he just co-opted the
yeah,
witch trials to justify his
yeah,
rise to power. He's the kind of only central story that isn't one of the women affected by the witch trials, and I think it's
yeah.
done well as a framing narrative. Um, but yeah, he looks very silly at the end of this book, as he should. Um,
As they
yeah, yeah. Um,
James the Sixth.
yes.
I think it was the sixth. Yeah.
Well, it gets complicated because he's James the Sixth, but also James the First, I believe.
Yeah.
Um, I
Yeah.
did he take a different name for England, or was he also? He
No.
was either James the First or he took another name for England. I can't remember which. Um.
It is James the Sixth, and then I think it's just James the First
Oh,
from
okay.
like England and Ireland. It's like
Mhm. There's a
he's James.
yeah. It gets convoluted, but there's some examples of regional monarchs where you would be so and so the seventh of Scotland, but then
Yeah.
have a different first name and naturally numbering for the UK as a title. So it it can get a bit confusing. But yeah, he looks very silly, as he should. He looks silly and
Very
cruel.
so.
I don't really know how to describe it without using quite serious language, but I'm glad they took the start of the book to frame the story by just highlighting how many bad ideas he'd had and how confidently he wrote them down. Um,
Yep.
yeah,
He
yeah.
was a male monarch in that time. Very confident in how shit his opinions were.
Mhm.
Horrid
Um,
human being.
yeah, I do. One thing which, if I were to ask for something to be added to the story, and these authors have a podcast where they continue to talk about this topic, so it may be covered in
Yes.
there. I've listened to 1 or 2 episodes of the podcast, as I alluded to whilst we were waiting for Kaito to appear at the start, but naturally not
Oh,
all
did
the
you listen to
volumes.
some?
Yeah, I listened to 1 or 2 of them, but
Nice.
one thing which I kind of hoped that there would be more context of was I wish there was a bit more description of the witchcraft acts and how they were campaigned for, because they have quite an interesting history, and it's not one that I know a huge amount, but I think it would be interesting to kind of look at the fact that it happened sequentially, so you had the English or the Witchcraft Act and then the respective Scottish and Irish ones, and there was a brief mention to the fact that it was sequential, but I also think it would have been impactful to have the framing that the Witchcraft Act was, and this is my shallow understanding because it's not something I've read about into in depth,
Yeah.
but it is my understanding that it was something that was campaigned for by men and then put in place, and the men still had power in this situation. It wasn't a kind of it wasn't a victory for the women involved. It was the men had decided that it's time for it to stop, sort of thing. And so I think maybe that framing of it, especially because I think it would have been helpful, because the witchcraft acts were mentioned quite a bit throughout the book, naturally, since it was the large, not perfect, but that was the general stopping point for most of the witch hunts in Scotland, in the UK.
Yeah. I do want to watch the podcast, by the way. Or listen to the podcast.
I will say, I got jump scared, and this is me being silly, but I know quite a few Scottish people. Sounds like a strange thing to say, but I realise now that most of the people I know from Scotland are from Edinburgh. And so when I listened to the podcast and I heard 2 Scottish accents that were stronger than the ones I was used to, it took me like 2 minutes to learn to understand. I had like the dialect processing time of like, oh, this isn't what my friend sounds like. I thought I had learned to like, I thought I was like dialed into understanding Scottish no matter what. But it took me a minute or 2. But yeah, it sounds silly, but I hadn't really thought. I remember being like, oh, I'm surprised this is a Scottish accent. Why am I surprised? I've just read the book by two Scottish women about Scottish women, and I got surprised by the accent. So I felt very silly about that. But the podcast is good. I picked out one of the episodes around when the book was published where they were talking about it, and then I just picked one of the first few. So I haven't done a complete listen, but I enjoyed it. I think it was good. The one I picked, they had a guest on, which was quite interesting to listen to. And I really enjoyed throughout the book how they emphasised the work and research and kind of thanked directly within the text the people they worked with on researching this. I just thought that was nice. I just thought it was sweet, like hyping up the people who helped contribute. Yeah, I can get behind that.
Yeah.
It was good.
I agree. I really want to listen to the podcast more.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically because they seem like really, what's the word, like pretty well researched in this, specifically from like a lot of the people they talked to.
Yeah, I think
because they did a ton of research from what I know, like a ton.
Yeah. One thing which I will say is, although very harrowing subject, and I hope we've communicated that clearly. I feel like if we keep going on about it, it will become somber to an extent where it's detrimental. But the parts of it which aren't in direct discussion are handled with humour, and that's something that's noted in the podcast. You can kind of see, especially within the footnotes of the book, because I read it physically. I have a paperback version, the notes in the edit of it. You can kind of almost see the dialogue between the writers with the comments, which I thought was quite sweet.
Okay, that's kind of sick.
One quick thing which I was going to mention, which I really liked, is that they, when using references in historical discussion, they kept the Scotch words, so they didn't use English translations, and they just put an index
Yeah.
at the end for people to be able to translate, or they would put, for the physical copy I had, they had like footnotes with translations or paraphrasings, and I thought that was great.
Yeah.
I love that.
I love it.
Mhm.
It lends itself to exactly what we talked about, what the goal of this was. It is almost to be like a showing of these forgotten stories, and I think it shows that that is what they wanted. They didn't just want to like almost like westernize the talk of it. They want a like actual view of like what was said and what was done, and like we're not even gonna erase the language that was used. Is so great for that. I love it.
I think it's also really good because a lot of the media landscape's discussion of witch trials, I think, especially if you're not from the UK, is the Salem witch trials
The
and is
Salem witch
about
trials.
America. And they did discuss it, I think, quite well about how the Salem witch trials are unquestionably a tragedy, but when you look at the volume and the period of time which they occurred over, it's a smaller loss than the Scottish witch trials and the witch trials that happened in Europe. And so I think that was
Yeah.
framed and handled really well. And by holding on to the Scottishness of the story and the heritage of it, and it being written by two Scottish women who found out in their local community that it was a thing not being talked about, I think that's really valuable and good. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I love this book.
Mhm.
I
I'm
love
glad
so
I
much
read
about
it.
this book.
I'm gonna
Same.
lend it to people, and they're gonna have to read it. But
Yeah.
yeah. Um,
I
I
agree.
I would be interested in more writing by these authors with a similar degree of research because I like the book. I can't. I talked earlier about how part of me wishes there was more complete context within the book, but that's not what it's trying to be. And its intentional focus
Yeah.
only on the story of the women, I think, is admirable and reflects the good intentions that the project was done with. Um, but I would be interested to see more writing by them, either looking at maybe like a specific case study, very in depth, of one
Yeah.
of the memorial projects, because they did discuss how they're campaigning to get a pardon because for those of you who may not be aware, any of the women and small number of men, because there were a small number of men convicted in both the Scottish European witch trials and in the American witch trials, primarily Salem, but for these people, those convicted in the Salem witch trials all received a pardon, but that has yet to happen to the witches of Scotland, and so that's something that they're campaigning for. Or was it?
Yeah.
I believe it's been agreed for a monument to be constructed, but I believe at time of publishing they still hadn't received a pardon, was the line. Um,
Yes.
yeah, and so that's what the Witches of Project, which started Witches of Scotland, which the project started as a podcast, was set up to campaign for to get the pardon. And so, if hopefully in a few years' time that ruling comes through, I would love to read a kind of follow-up book on that campaign and that history and the community and how it got to happen. And I also just hope it happens sooner rather than later because I've had to wait long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Those are my thoughts, I
I
think.
agree.
Um,
They're doing a lot of work in the community about it.
yeah, I did think it was nice how they kind of. It's not an optimistic book by any means, but it did frame the fact the work has been done and people care about this. And considering how much of these women's lives and history and their own words was erased, the fact that there's enough information for people to care about it is almost miraculous. And so interjecting those points of care, those points of community kind of spirit and projects, I
Yeah.
found optimistic. Maybe not the right word
Yeah.
considering the severity of the tone, but reassuring of human nature considering the otherwise damning contents. Um, yeah. Do you have any other thoughts? I think I've used all mine up.
I don't think I have any more thoughts. Except, um, last thing about this book in the like wrap up part, would I recommend it to people and who for? Yes, and everyone. Read this book.
Yeah, I think this is a really good book to read. I think, to be fair and kind to yourself, it is important to read challenging books, and this is a challenging book due to its content. But read it at a time where you are in a good mind frame too, and then make the time to read it. It's good.
Yeah, read this book. It's really good. It is really, really good. It's really hard to read, but it is very good.
Yeah, you do need to be mindful of the content warnings because it's not a case where they're off page or they're mentioned in vagity. There is like detailed discussion of torture. That was the part which I found the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a good book to read, and I think it's an important thing to remember, and that this is the only way stories like this get remembered. So when so much of it has
Agree.
already been forgotten, it's important.
Yeah.
Especially when, yeah. I feel like I should say something less serious to continue because it feels disingenuous for me to move on to the next topic when I really like this book.
Fair.
I'm gonna try and listen to the podcast more.
I do want to listen to more of the podcast. I will say.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't know you actually started the podcast. I do want to listen to it.
I haven't listened to
I
a
was
huge amount. I listened to 2 episodes actually. I thought it was going to be interesting to listen to one about the book, like the one that was released the week of the book's release, just because I thought that'd be a good piece of framing for today to yap about. But yeah.
I want to listen to more of it, so we might actually yap about some of the podcast stuff. Because I
Ooh.
am gonna start listening to a lot of the podcasts.
Mhm.
Because I like these people. I think they're cool.
Yeah, I think it is a good book.
Yeah.
Shall we
Same.
meander over if our thoughts are all communicated as best as we can? Should we look into the selection of next month's books? So, a little bit of change in tone. No?
Yes, of course.
Oh my gosh. Whoever would have thought a hologram would be able to get in the way of things so much? But as you may have been able to tell so far, the structure of Book Club is we pick 2 books to read each month, 1 fiction, 1 non-fiction. The categories are roughly fantasy and sci-fi, and then the non-fiction category, but it does functionally fall as fiction, non-fiction. We just really like fantasy and sci-fi, and so we wanted to call the category that, so we'd get to read more of it. And the way the nominations work is changing a little bit this month. And so in the past, we've opened nominations the week before book club and then given people the chance to suggest books and then closing it a day or 2 before. After looking at it, I decided it might work better if instead we open nominations at the end of book club. So they will be opening at midnight tonight, and from there you can nominate books which we'll be picking between in August, so for the next book club, and it will close a week before the meeting itself. So it's kind of inversed the time frame for submitting books, but I figured that having it be present right after book club ends, people are more likely to remember and click into than a post like a few weeks down the line, and so I think it makes sense, and it gives us more time to edit things and be organised. And being organised is difficult when you're a mouse, okay? I keep getting distracted by cheese. And so we have the first category, which is the
And Hearthstones.
and Hearthstone. I uninstalled it for a week. I did so well. Our first category, slot 1, is fantasy and sci-fi. Largely, it is fiction. So the first up is The Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. Would you like to yap about this one?
That's what I recommended. The Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. It is. There's some. Do I do trigger warnings first, probably.
Yes, I think so.
That would be a good idea. So there are some trigger warnings in this book, which is violence, death, murder. There's some torture. There's death of a parent, grief, and then there's cancer and some misogyny.
Mhm.
From a villain specifically. So, um, the basic premise of this is
It's a very cool premise.
there's in New York there's like a bookseller person called Casey Andrews, which is living a very boring life. Um, and then one day her favorite customer comes in and gives her a book, the Book of Doors. Um, and then basically what happens is she finds out that the Book of Doors is like special book with like powers, and then those that hold it um can like travel to places and anywhere they want. But the ultimate discovery is that the Book of Doors is not the only magical book in the world, and there are many more books that can do all sorts of different things. And there are people that want the book, and they are being chased down for the book that they do hold. Specifically, Casey and her best friend Izzy. And they're confronted by like violence and danger, um, and then other people that are trying to get them, and they meet a man called Drummond Fox, who has like his own secret library of other books and stuff. And there's a bunch of like these like interesting books with like powers and stuff.
Hey, hi Jake,
And
thank you
there's
for the
also
hydrate and
some talk
stretch.
about
Sorry.
like there's also some stuff about like time travel and like all of these other fun things all throughout from like books and their powers.
Mhm. It's a very cool
All
concept. I just love
it
when
is a very
books are
interesting
important.
concept.
Big book enthusiast.
Yeah, you said there should always be a book club book that is about books. So I gave you a book club book about books. It just sounded interesting. I was really interested in like a time travel book, and this one seemed cool.
Yeah, I'm always slightly cautious of time travel, but
Same.
it is an interesting premise. Kai self care too. You gotta hydrate and stretch. You gotta move those pixels.
Very well.
Ooh. Oh, I hope your day's been going well, Jake.
I drink. I took 2 sips, so I drink more.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, it seems very fun. I've also heard good things about Gareth Brown.
Yeah, I was gonna say I hadn't heard of this book before, but I believe I have read a Gareth Brown book. I think. I'm gonna double check that I'm not telling a fib. Yes, I've read The Society of Unknowable Objects quite a few years ago,
Yeah.
and I enjoyed it. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. I didn't. Which is the book that I read? I'm confused and I'll figure it out, but at some point I believe I've read a book by this author. I might be confused. No, I might be telling a fib. I have a good impression of this author. Whether or not I've actually read one of his books is a mystery, because the book that I thought I recognised isn't out for full release yet. So, I do sometimes. Who knows? It's an interesting concept. I'm excited for it. I do love books about books.
Book about magic books.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's my recommendation one. The Book of Doors.
I've realised I've done the thing again, so I'm gonna pick a different one from the list. And I'm gonna do the chalk one. So this is a kind of, I believe it's a almost fantasy horror.
Yeah.
I should try and grab the content warnings, which I don't have in front of me.
I have them if you want.
Oh, yeah, if you could go through them, that would be great.
Okay, so for the Chalkman, you have murder, death. There's sexual assault. There's some animal death. Pregnancy, death of a parent, suicide, and then there is one thing of an adult-minor relationship.
Okay.
And that's all.
So, for a description of this book, it is about the narrator, the main character Eddie, who receives a chalk drawing of a stick figure, and then this causes him to reminisce and reflect on a childhood game that went horribly wrong, and he's now an adult, he's in his 30s, and he's reflecting on it. And as following receiving this drawing, the history of the game and the experiences start to repeat themselves, and it seems that the kind of terror and trauma that he experiences as a child isn't finished, and it's kind of come back as unfinished business, which is cool and spooky.
It does sound interesting.
Let me double check. The author
And
is...
it's also funny that it's another time travel book.
Yeah?
Huh? No,
I don't know.
another time travel book.
Is it?
Yeah, he time travels back in time.
Oh, I only look at the summaries of these because I tried to read books without spoilers. I read the kind of hurtles back in a metaphorical context of he's reminded of it, and it starts happening
maybe.
again, not as a literal he travels back in time. But we'd have to
Maybe.
read the book to find out. I'd interpreted that as, because there is like a lot of language when describing it of like hurtles and is thrown back in time. So maybe it is, but I'd read it more so as a he's reminded of an event start repeating.
I'm gonna be so real. That whole context of that is like as an idea of like, ooh, he remembers the past vibe. Didn't even cross my mind. I thought it just said time travel. I don't even know if it does have time travel. My brain instantly went fiction
How
book,
much Doctor
time
Who
travel.
have you watched this week?
A lot.
Which Doctor?
Well, I've watched some stuff about the Ninth Doctor.
Oh yeah.
Even though probably not my favorite Doctor, but it's the one I've been watching some stuff about.
I mean, yeah.
My favorite Doctor is the 10th.
My brain is doing math. Yes, same. But that's also just because I'm slightly in love with David Tennant.
Yeah.
I feel like the Ninth Doctor maybe gets the best writing on averaged.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
David Tennant has the 10th Doctor gets some of the best episodes of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Me crying about the waters of Mars every time I watch it.
I'll also say I think David Tennant's a little bit of a better Doctor. He's a little bit of a better actor, so I do like him more.
I think he's a more endearing Doctor.
That is true. Yeah.
I've also I stand by having had a crush on David Tennant for decades now, and I'll continue to have it, I think, to the end of days. Every now and then I watch a little video of him being completely unable to use like just a smartphone, just something that was created in 2010, and I'm just like, oh, this is so charming. Look at this silly man. I don't know. We love David Tennant here. But yes. Should we hop over to There Is No Antimetrics Division by Quantum? Antimemetics. I would like to say, for the TikToks that I record discussing the books, it took me about 30 takes to say the title of this one, and I didn't get it right on the stream.
No. But honestly, it is kind of painful.
Antimemetics Division. Yeah. It still wasn't the letter I ever stutter about. That could have been painful if it was on the stutter or lisp letters. No.
by Quantum and Sam Hughes. So the Antimemetics Division, spoiler trigger warnings. Yes, there's some body horror. It'll make sense. Death, violence, terminal illness, specifically cancer, gun violence, gore, and then a little bit of suicidal thoughts. Very minor in the suicidal thoughts. So, what the Antimemetics Division is firstly, antimem is an idea of a self-censoring property. So something that doesn't spread its own like existence out. It's a very SCP like idea. So in this world, anti-memes are real. They're a real thing. Um, think of any piece of like information that you didn't want to like have spread to anybody, like passwords, taboos, or dirty secrets and stuff like that.
I was
Um,
gonna think of the
even
example being
stuff
the
like
Streisand effect. No, no, I don't think that's serious. Do you
well, yeah,
remember the
but even
Streisand
stuff like
effect?
yes.
Okay, I was scared I was gonna be
Um,
old mouse for a minute there.
we both are old.
This is true.
That's the secret. um, or even stuff that's like hard to share. For examples like complex equations, very boring large passages of texts, um, dreams, stuff like that, right? Um, how do you like contain something like that, or record it, or like remember it even to a large degree? And how do you fight against the idea of these things that cannot come out? Like, so in a war, how do you fight something like perfect camouflage? Even if you don't even understand you're at war. So what this is it is tracking the division that deals with it. Almost to like a SCP Foundation, or like a to a degree like a foundation like Men in Black to a large degree. That is what this book is about. Is all of these weird anti-memetics that exist and the organization that tracks them and works against them. It is very much like a SCP book, or like a book about the Men in Black, all of those stuff. With a bunch of like really interesting horror and Lovecraftian vibes attached to it, and like it's in a section called weird fiction that I love, which is all about like these weird, almost like alien things attached to it. Um,
I think there's some
I
really
am
interesting
really
ideas
interested in
in the
it.
book, especially within the context of. This is me gonna go on a tangent for a second, but I've been reading a lot about like AI model training and hidden data and like removing and censoring things from data. And although that's not like the
Yeah,
framework of the book, but struggling to understand a paper about that, and then stumbling across this book, which is all talking about the themes of kind of hidden ideas and like latent knowledge and how to store it, how to hide it, how to demonstrate it's there whilst it's being censored or fight against it, is just really interesting and cool. And
yeah.
maybe by the end of the book I would understand some of it better. Papers are difficult, but yeah, I think it's a
That
very
is
cool
true.
concept.
I like a lot of it. I will say it's a little bit more of like a from what I can understand about it, it is a kind of like a collection of like cases to a large degree. It's not like one overall story. It's a lot of like cases around anti-memetics and like the stuff like that.
That makes sense. That's cool.
Hmm.
Oh,
I
hey,
thought it was
Russell.
interesting.
Yeah, we haven't read any collections of short stories for book club yet, have we?
No. And also nothing kind of like this, which is all about like weird horror, Lovecraftian horror, weird fiction like vibes.
Yeah. Um.
I thought it would be an interesting one.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. I'm gonna continue alternating top to bottom because I accidentally put the lists with the ones that me and Kai put in a big block at the front, and so to add a bit of variation to it, we're gonna go next for the Buffalo Hunter Hunter, which is uh
Hard to say.
it also hard to say. I'm gonna stop admitting how many takes it took me to say the names of books, because some of them are relatively simple and it still took me 4 or 5 takes. This is a historical fiction, historical fantasy book, and it's set in the early, so it's like 1910, 1912 America, and it's written from the perspective of a Lutheran pastor, and it's recounting his diary that was found hidden away, and his diary describes the massacre and destruction, and specifically following the story of how to phrase it, I'm trying to figure out what's a spoiler and what's not. And it's following the a character called Blackfeet. No, it's following one of the Blackfeet Indians who is the resident of the reserve which the story happens at, called Goodstab, as he haunts and hunts across the fields trying to find justice for the series of wrongs that have happened and continue to unfold. But there is kind of fantasy horror elements, but I don't know if explaining the theme specifically is spoilers, which is why I stumbled over the introduction, so hopefully it wasn't too inelegant. But yeah, it's by Stephen Graham Jones, who I've heard a lot of good things about the books of. Quite a prolific writer, mostly horror, so I haven't read much of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I've read one Stephen Graham Jones book, I think.
Yeah. Oh,
I think.
I should probably go over content warnings.
Yes.
Yes, there's a lot for this one.
It is also important with his books because, yeah, they're very horror.
Yeah, I felt the need to just be like, this could sound like fantasy. This is horror historical fantasy.
Yeah.
So let me just get a full list because it's going to be important for this one.
I did read Stephen Graham Jones book. I read The Only Good Indians.
Mm-hmm. So content warnings. There's quite a lot, so I'm just going to read through them quickly. There is gore, but to quite an extreme degree, as is kind of typical for the author's writing, but it's more than, contextually, I believe it's more than the gore that we've seen like in books previously.
Yeah.
Blood, murder, quite a lot of examples of animal death. There's suicidal ideation and contemplation, graphic violence, child death, sexual assault, ableism, racism, colonialism, drug use, genocide, hate crimes, physical abuse, slurs in text, self-harms, acts of suicide, torture, kidnapping, grief, religious persecution and bigotry, stalking, and then on-text suicide attempt. And there's also death apparent, fire, injury, war, and classism present. And then I think there was one or two who flagged up alcohol abuse, but it's not been referenced by many people, so it may not be a central theme. You can see that's not a cheerful list. I kind of felt like I just needed to speed through them, but yeah, some serious stuff going on.
Yeah.
But I have heard good reviews of this book because I know a few people who've read it, and although not necessarily like an easy read, a good book. Yeah.
From the one that I read of Stephen Graham Smith, not an easy read, but good. He is a very, very good horror author. But for that case, we've talked a little bit about like horror adjacent stuff for book club. This is a horror book.
Yeah.
These are like horror first books to a large degree. So they are pretty like, yeah. I would go in knowing that. For anybody that is going to read this, if it is not chosen for book club, if it is chosen for book club, know that this is horror. Like horror label first. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Um.
But very good. I
Mhm.
really liked The Only Good Indians. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I've heard good things about this book, although it is not like cheerful. But yeah, I've heard good reviews of this one. So should we meander over to the next book, else we get distracted, which we've
Yeah,
never got distracted before.
I literally cannot be distracted.
No,
It is
no.
against my nature to be distracted.
What if I mention calls it? What then?
Well,
What then?
I'm actually not that big of a callous. No, I shouldn't say that. Somebody's gonna crucify me.
Why Furious will appear and start shouting, trying to find a way to unplug you. No more hologram.
Somebody might be very angry.
Or
I'm not that big of a
should we
Lucifer.
move on to next to
If it was the Seaborn, though.
the Seaborn?
Uh,
Wait, is there a
yeah.
specific operator
The
you're
Abyssal
naming?
Hunters.
Oh, the Abyssal Hunters. I thought you just meant the creatures, and I was like, Kai, standards.
No. Like the Abyssal Hunters and the Seaborn. Like the whole like lore
Yeah.
around the Seaborn and the
Okay.
Abyssal Hunters. All of it.
I
That's
misinterpreted
my
that for a
favorite part of
second
Arc
as you
Light.
being like, yeah, the Seaborn creatures, they're really cute, and I
Oh
was gonna
no!
tell you
What the
off.
fuck? What the hell?
I don't know.
I ain't that weird. Ugh.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's move on to Mickey 7 by
Mickey
Edward Ashton,
7.
which you may recognise as Mickey 17 because it was adapted to a film recently, and they did a slight
Yeah.
play on the concept to add an extra 10 deaths in to make it suit the film adaptation. Um,
Yeah. So this is the book about that, and if you have seen anything about Mickey 17, um, yeah. So content warnings: death, injury, medical trauma, genocide, violence. There's some sexual content,
mhm.
war, colonization, and some medical content.
Yeah. I
Um,
haven't actually seen the film for this one, so
I haven't either.
I still have the chance to read the book before watching the film, I suppose.
I'm gonna be so real. That's why I recommended it because I wanted to read the book before I see the film because I haven't either, and it's even a book. It's a what? Not a book. It's a movie that I really want to see because I really like Robert Pattinson.
Mhm.
Um, but no, I've not seen it either. But so Mickey 7, uh, the titular Mickey 7 is an expendable, a disposable employee on a human expedition sent to colonize the ice world Niflheim. Um, whenever there's a mission or anything to do that's too dangerous or even suicidal, the crew turns to Mickey, an expendable. After one iteration dies, a new body is regenerated with most of the memories intact. After six deaths, Mickey 7 understands the terms of his deal, and why it was only colonial position unfulfilled when he took it. On a very routine scouting mission, he goes missing and is presumed dead. By the time he returns to the colony base, surprisingly helped by the back by native life, Mickey 7's fate have been sealed. There's a new clone, Mickey 8, um, which the idea of duplicate expendables is
Mhm.
universally loathed, and if caught, they will likely be thrown into a recycler for protein. Mickey 7 must keep his double a secret for the rest of the colony. Meanwhile, life on Niflheim is getting worse. The atmosphere is unsuitable for humans, food is in short supply, and terraforming is going poorly. The native species are growing curious about their new neighbors, and that curiosity has Commander Marshall very afraid. Ultimately, the survival of both life forms will come down to Mickey 7. That is, if he can keep from dying for good. So, a lot of this is the Denya meme of good employee. Um, it is a lot of like the expendable workforce and like clones and like what is me to a large degree and a bunch of that stuff. And then there's also this interesting plot of like the native people and like colonizing and like terraforming a new society for humanity and all of that stuff. Um, I've heard a lot of really good things about this book.
Yeah.
Um,
I
it
I
seems
I heard
really
the
good.
review of someone saying, I liked the book, the film wasn't as good as it, which is my only context of the two of them going into this. But it does make me excited for the book. But
Yeah, there is a lot around this that seems really, really interesting.
quite the
Especially because the
list.
movie did
Yeah.
seem really good, and then I've also heard that the book is like substantially better. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and there's also apparently a sequel to the book.
Yeah, it's a duology, I believe, or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe it's a duology.
Okay. Um, I don't know if I have anything else to say about this other than I quite want to watch the film when it comes out. Is it out on
I do
streaming
too.
services yet? I feel like films come out so quickly nowadays, um,
It
but
might
yeah,
be.
it's ridiculous how quickly things come out. I'm used to it taking 6 months. Yeah. Anyway, boomer mouse moment over. Should we look at the next book?
Yeah.
Up next is Aragon by Krista Poloni. Going through the content warnings for this first, this is a more YA fantasy, so it's kind of aimed at a teen audience. So, although there are topics covered here, they're not covered in as harsh a detail as something like, for example, The Buffalo Hunter, just for framing. So there's
No.
physical injuries, death of a child, parents' death off screen were reflected on, death of a family member, torture, decapitation, whipping, kidnapping, animal hunting, and then discussions of poverty. I believe are the main ones, but as its point as a kind of teen young adult fantasy book, they are not in uh, gruesome detail, emotional impact, but not gruesome detail. This is a book that I've actually read before. I've read this whole series before. I believe um, I was kind of excited and outraged to find out that it's one of those book series where it got picked up years later and there's now more books been added to it. And so I have
Yeah.
I remember I picked up two of the books as they were getting published, so I'd read it and then I'd have to wait a year or two to get the last for the original series, which is 4 books, and I believe that there's 3 other books that don't carry directly on from the main story but build in the rest of the world. And this is the first book of the series. And I read this when I was younger and I loved it then, and I was really excited when I saw it nominated. Yeah, I think this is a really fun book. I realize I haven't explained it at all. Um, the so Aragon, the protagonist, is a young boy raised in kind of a small village. They're all quite near poverty in the sense that it's a self-sustaining hunting farming village, and he one day goes out to hunt in the mountains, which it isn't super common. They try to avoid it because it's a dangerous and fantastical place, and he finds what looks like a strange stone in the mountains and brings it back to the village in the hopes of selling it to try to get some more food to try and compensate for the poor harvests they've been having. Um, but it's not just a shiny stone, and adventures follows trying to hunt down the stone and find Aragon, and then it continues and unfolds, and it launches into a really good series and a good first book. Yeah. I realize that was quite a sentimental introduction, but oh, it does
It is a
also have the
childhood book.
worst movie adaptation known to man. Even I'm trying to think of anything that's close. It's like Avatar: The
It's
Last
not the
Airbender
worst.
level. I, I
Avatar: The Lost Airbender is worse by
okay.
far.
When I watched a movie adaptation like a decade ago, I was upset about it. Um, I haven't watched it since. I don't really want to. I keep being reminded it exists. It was one of the first books I ever read. Yeah, I think It's kind of a nice option to have in here because although we do recommend quite a lot of serious fantasy, there's a lot of really good YA fantasy out there, and this I think is a prime example of it. The movie didn't exist. Thank you. That's the world I want to live in. Do you have any thoughts or mentions on this before I get more sentimental?
Betty, it could win for maybe worst book to film adaptation. It's not the worst like movie adaptation, but like book to film maybe. There's a few that could be in there though. Percy Jackson, for
I
example.
was gonna mention Percy Jackson, but that got a redemption. Percy Jackson now has like a good series as well as a good film, I think. A better series
It's
and
okay.
film.
That's okay.
I need to
It's like,
finish Percy Jackson. Do you remember when we started it for book club a year ago? And then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna keep
yeah.
reading. And now I'm 2 books in and still have a bunch to go.
That is, yeah. You should read it. That would be fun. We could talk about it because I love Percy Jackson. Also, you also have like, or there's like other arguments like.
Oh? Are you talking about bad film adaptations now? The Aragon
Yeah,
film
like the
adaptation
Golden
doesn't
Compass.
exist. The Golden Compass is good if you haven't read the book. The Aragon.
Yeah, but if you have read the book, it's horrible.
Yeah, but
Same with
the
Inkheart.
yeah, I watched the Inkheart film before reading the book, and then because they named the film after the second book, I was very confused, and it's
Yeah.
one of the like 5 books in my life I DNF'd, and then 2 years later I started with the original book and then read and enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Narnia. Narnia was fine. The Narnia movies was actually pretty good. I will say that. The Narnia was they were not bad movies. They were bad adaptations, but they weren't bad movies. Stuff like Inkheart was also just a bad movie, I'm gonna be real.
I watched Inkheart in the cinema and I left confused. Um, but the books are
That was
good.
like a bad movie.
Wait, I kind of want to reread Inkheart now.
Yeah, it's great. I love Inkheart.
Hmm.
Oh, you know what else is just a bad movie? The Artemis Fowl movie. The Artemis Fowl movie
I
is just
haven't
a
read the
bad
Artemis
movie
Fowl
as well.
book.
The book is great. The book is great.
I guess that's one of Kai's
The movie
nominations for next month sorted. They left them
the
all
movie
confused.
sucks.
I even back then I read even more fantasy. I'd read like 2 fantasy books a week, and so I was like, oh, box office fantasy movie. I'm excited. I'm gonna watch this. So confused. So confused. The bit where there's I have a vivid memory of just like the dad trying to fence a cloud. That's all I remember from that movie. I was just remember being there, I just feel like I don't think this was explained. I yeah.
You know, now I want to do like we need to do like a tier list of like bad adaptations. We can get Yuto in on it as well.
Ooh, that could be fun.
A Yuto like Val, we could talk about bad adaptations and like tier list the worst adaptation because I can think of so many.
Yeah,
There's so many.
there's been a lot.
The Dark Tower, Ender's Game.
Yeah. I never saw it, but I heard people be grumpy about one of the Ready Player One adaptations. I think.
Yeah, Ready Player One was really bad. As an adaptation, it was really bad. The movie was like fine. It was
Yeah.
but like if you look at the like actual adaptation, like the book, it's bad. That's the same thing with Ender's Game. Ender's Game as a movie is pretty good. It's pretty fine. Like it's actually a quite fun like movie. And then you see like all the stuff they cut out, like the political stuff around the whole thing and the insight into like the psychology and a lot of the stuff, and you're like, that was not in the movie. Where'd half the book go? Where'd all the like actual interesting stuff from like a genocide go? What happened?
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, Aragon, really good. It doesn't have a film adaptation. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. No, I was
Aragon is
gonna
alright.
start talking about characters I like from the series, but that's spoilers. So I'm just gonna
Don't
be
do that.
quiet.
That's
I
yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I really like the series. Um, yeah.
I read it.
Oh,
No, I'm not saying anything else. Just if this book is chosen, I'll have thoughts.
now I'm scared to reread it because I haven't read this in a decade, but I remember having a glowing opinion.
I haven't
So,
read it in a while.
oh, okay. Let's move on to the next one before me and Kai get into a fist fight over the internet. Um, next up
That
is
level.
I really like this book.
Sure.
I'm very
We can each
sentimental
have our
about it.
opinions.
Next up is a
I want.
memory. Go.
I was gonna say, do you want me to do Ink Blood Sister Scribe?
Yeah,
Or
can
is
do.
that one you recommended?
That's one I recommended. I was
Go
just
for
gonna
it.
go chronologically through the rest because I was getting confused,
Yeah,
swapping
go
back
for
and
them.
forth. Next up is a memory called Empire, which is a like sci-fi space opera um queer book about oh, I should do content warnings. Da, da,
Yeah.
da, 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 da. Which tab did I put my notes for this on?
By
Um,
Arkady Martin.
yeah, by Arkady Martin. And the content warnings are there's discussion of chronic illness, imprisonment, confinement, death, grief, gun violence. There's quite a bit of medical content and medical trauma. Murder, there's discussion of police brutality, racism, suicide, violence, xenophobia, and panic attacks and disorders on page.
Yeah.
I believe are the main shenanigans.
There's also a little bit of alcoholism from what I can see, like
Oh, okay.
some alcohol abuse.
Um, but this is a genre which I think is quite an interesting one, which I want to read more of, which is space opera. Um, so the Memory Called Empire follows an ambassador who arrives at the center of this giant space system only to discover that her predecessor, the previous ambassador from the small region, has died. But as she arrives there, no one will explain how he died or what the cause was, and it's quite quite mysterious, and there's suggestion that foul play was involved, and this is all unfolding during instability at the center of this giant empire, at the center of this imperial court, whilst she is the ambassador from what is a relatively small component of it, and now she's got to navigate the identifying the murderer potentially, um, finding a way to remove herself without worsening diplomatic ties, and save what little chance her system has from the um, let me try and get the name of her right, Texaplan's empire's expansion and instability, um, which I think that just sounds cool. Um,
It does sound cool.
yeah. Uh,
I haven't read much space opera, and it is
yeah.
something I have wanted to read more as well. So
This is a genre I haven't read much about. I have a friend who reads a similar amount of sci-fi to I as compared to how much fantasy I read, and this was a space opera that they'd read in the last year or two and really enjoyed, and so I'm quite excited for it. I might try and pick it up at some point. Um, but but yeah, I think this one sounds quite interesting, and it's also it has a lot of interesting themes and ideas, and is still very much within the sci-fi fantasy category, whilst being quite different from the books we've read so far, which I think is, you know, it's fun to have some variety. I will always be happy to read a dark academia fantasy book, but variety is good. I banned myself from nominating dark academia fantasy books for at least 2 more months, because the last 3 times I nominated them, they won 3 times in a row. But
Don't you have any more Dark Academia fantasy books? Jeez.
oh, I've got more. I've got a list. But yeah. Do you have any
To be
thoughts?
fair,
Oh.
I am one of the ones that recommended one of them and made it win.
Oh.
With what was it? I'm the reason we read where was it? Blood Over Brighthaven.
Oh yeah. I can't remember which of us nominated, because we talked about it at the end of the previous month's one, and then yeah.
So technically I recommended one and you recommended two. So
Okay.
it's not too bad.
Yeah. Do you have any notes on A Memory Called Empire, or?
Just that I'm really interested in reading some space operas. I don't read many. I don't have much experience with space operas as a whole, realistically. Most of it is like Star Trek.
Yeah.
Or Star Wars. Stuff like that. I don't read many myself. I just realized I was going to recommend a Dark Academia book this month.
Oh, which
And
one
then I
was
thought
it?
against it. Piranesi by Susanna Clarke.
Oh yeah.
Maybe it is a good thing we don't recommend like infinite Dark Academia books.
Well, the next one isn't Dark Academia. It's about books to a large extent. Next up
Ooh.
is Inkblood Sister Scribe by Emma Torres. Just jumping in at the start, some of the content warnings for this is there's mention of anti-Semitism, there is self-harm, particularly using self-harm via the fantasy and magic system in the book. There's graphic blood and gore, including some body horror and of dead bodies. There's death of a parent off-page, and then there's off-page torture, kidnapping, and fire, I believe, are the warnings for this one.
Okay.
So this is a debut novel, so that's always exciting. But it follows 2 estranged half-sisters who are tasked with guarding their family's library of magical books, and they've got to work together to keep it safe and figure out and unravel the secrets surrounding the collection, which dives into the family history, betrayal, and then different individuals and organizations' pursuit of power, both within the magic and the knowledge of the collection. And it's I might read the Goodreads spiel, because I feel like that was a shorter one, but for January's, the Caliote family has guarded a collection of ancient and rare books that let a person walk through walls or manipulate the elements, books of magic that half-sisters Jonah and Esther have been raised to revere and protect. All magic comes with a price, though, and for years the sisters have been separated. Esther has fled to a remote base in the Antarctica to escape the fate that killed her own mother, and Jonah's isolated herself in a family home in Vermont, devoting her life to the study of the cherished volumes. But after their father dies suddenly while reading a book Jonah's never seen before, the sisters must reunite to preserve their family's legacy. In the process, they'll uncover a world of magic far bigger and more dangerous than they ever imagined, and the secrets their parents kept hidden. Which I think sounds interesting, and it is once again a book about books, which we like books about books.
Another book about magic books.
Yeah. It's another book about a library of magic books, which I didn't realize there was going to be 2 of on this list. This is what happens when we do our nominations at the same time.
I didn't realize there was going to be 2 of them either.
Space opera? I mean, you can consider Mr. Warhammer books a space opera? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I've never read any of the Warhammer books.
I have read 2, and I want to read more, but I can't find good starting points. But yeah, do you have any shenanigans on this? I've
Book about magic books. I like magic books. I want a magic book.
the reason I found out about this book, because this is one that's I nominated, is because I believe it got nominated for some debut novel awards when it came out in 2023. So that is why it was on my
Nice.
kind of in my view when picking a book.
Nice.
But yeah.
I will say this has been on my to read.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah.
I think I might have mentioned it a while ago because I actually have a physical copy of this book because I found it in a
Nice.
bookshop secondhand for 50p.
Ooh, that's
And it looked
wow.
cool, and then I bought it for 50p, and that's not a full pound, so that's kind of free.
Yeah, basically free.
Mouse math, you only apply it to books. But yeah, so I've been meaning to do this one for a while.
I knew of her, of Emma Torres, from there's what's the best way to describe the Uncanny magazine?
Oh, thank you for the hydrate turquoise. Kai,
What's the
you have to
best way
drink
to
too.
describe
You have to drink
I'll
too.
drink too.
Okay.
There's a like online science fiction fantasy like
Oh,
short
stretch too.
story magazine type thing. Um, it's yeah, it's called Uncanny magazine. Um, basically they do a bunch of stories from like a bunch of different authors,
Thank you.
including very big popular authors, but also a lot of like smaller authors and like newer authors. She has published quite a few things in Uncanny Magazine, so I've known about her. The same with what's her name? Arcadi Martine, who we also have a book from
Oh
this
yeah.
month. She's also been in this, but I learned about it because she published in the same one, in I think it was issue 21 or something. I don't remember. With RF Kwong that I read
Okay.
because RF Kwong was in it, and I love RF Kwong. And I read about her, and then I saw this came out. So this has been on my to read for quite a while. So I have read some stuff by the author. Mostly short stories though.
That
Well,
makes
only
sense.
short stories.
Okay, I am gonna start tentatively making a poll to make things a little bit easier because I didn't shuffle them when writing them up, which is my bad. I'm gonna alternate them if you would like to start building the second half of the poll.
Gonna alternate them. So like you're doing
I
Book of
do
Doors, Mickey 7,
memory and buffalo.
but I'll do the others.
Okay, nice. And now we type quietly because Twitch doesn't let you set up polls in advance.
Yeah, it's really bad and really stupid.
It's really
You know what's
bad.
even worse? It doesn't allow you to like set them up if one is running either.
Yep, you can't start one once one's been started, so we gotta do it at the beginning. um, Okay.
There's no anti-memetics.
I'm once again
It's
excited about a lot of these books, which is difficult for me because then we only read one as part of book clubs. But what if I want to read all of them? What then? Um,
seriously, Inkblood Sister Scribe, and my last one is The Talkman.
Okay, I am ready to rumble, so I'm going to start with the first one. We're going to have it open for
I'm
3
ready.
minutes. It is 1 vote per user. I have not been able to do the full book names because Twitch doesn't let you do full names. So we're going with the first few words of each one, and hopefully it is quite clear. I'm I'm excited for a lot of these. I don't. Which one do
Same.
I want to vote for? Oh dear.
My vote in that first one, because I don't get to vote,
Oh, let me count your
is...
vote.
What would my vote be? The book? Uh, yeah, the Book of Doors, probably.
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I would vote for the Book of Doors.
So we can only have a tie for which one is winning if we include Kai's vote between the Book of Doors and A Memory Called Empire.
I am curious about like a space opera. That was the other one I might have voted for. That was the ones I was in between.
Yeah, I think the Buffalo Hunter sounds quite interesting.
Yeah.
Part of me maybe wants to maybe read a less challenging book this month, which
Yeah,
is
that
why
one
I didn't
seems...
vote for it. But it does seem
it's
quite
very
interesting. I'm just a sensitive mouse at the moment, and so if I were to read it, I'd probably wait a week before starting it. Which is okay,
Yeah,
sometimes
it's
you do that
very
with
horror.
books, but... Okay, I am once again reminded by how long 3 minutes is whenever I run one of these.
Oh, for 3 minutes, I'm doing it for 2.
2 minutes might have been the wiser choice, I don't know.
No, that's just the one that mine is on now. I don't know why, but it's on 2 minutes. I didn't even change it.
It is the way of the future.
It is what it wants. It wants to be 2 minutes, so it shall be 2 minutes.
Please don't mind me yawning. I am only very sleepy. Oh wait, I won the jump catch game again. Is it rigged? No,
Yes.
no. Phantom and Jake won this stream. So it's not rigged, I'm just really good at jumping, I think. May I recommend a short story? Yeah, short stories can be nominated. I don't think we have any like length criteria. But you are very welcome to nominate a short story for next month. The form to nominate books will be posted in the Discord and on Twitter tonight to midnight. I chose midnight arbitrarily, so if people don't watch the stream, it's an easy time to find. If we end up yapping for too long and I have to make the post during stream, then I just suffer a bit, but I can get it done. But yeah, nominations will be open at midnight, and short stories are welcome recommendations. Always excited to see what books people have to suggest. Okay, so we functionally have a tie between A Memory Called Empire and The Book of Doors for the next round. Would you like to start the second half? Because of the limitations of Twitch polls, we have to do like a run-off vote, where we do 4, then 4, and then the final.
I can vote in this one.
You can vote in this one.
I have voted in this one.
Oh, interesting.
I have voted. Oh no.
Wait, there's a tie! Oh no! Everyone, participate in democracy. We got a problem, please.
I mean, this will become really good if we do like a third poll, because then like surely we can't. It can't be a tie at the last poll.
Surely. It can't all tie again. It's gotta.
What happens if we never decided this? What happens if we actually do have a tie on the last poll?
I think we've had to do it before. I think we flipped a coin.
What about we read both books?
No.
Okay.
Imagine if somehow we end up with a tie between Samantha Shannon and Brandon Sanderson book. What do we do then? Do we read both of them?
There's not that many Brandon Sanderson. I should recommend a Brandon Sanderson book. I forgot, it's time again.
It's been a while since you have. I wondered if you were just easing off the Brandon Sanderson enthusiasm for other exciting project. But
I
Okay,
should recommend a Brando Sando book.
so we have a tie. Okay, let me start making the final poll. So,
Well, that's a problem. Oh,
um,
nope! Exploded Sister Scribe wins!
ooh, in the last minute. Okay, so
Sniped.
we have Inkblood Sister, and then from the first half we have a memory called Empire and the Book of Doors, I believe.
Hilarious that two of our finalists are two books about magic books.
We just like books here. It's a good thing to like.
Okay, hear me out. If the book's about reading books tie, we read both.
Think about how long book club will be if we have 2 fantasy books to review.
True. Alternative take, fun.
This is true.
It's not tying. It's not tying.
What do you mean it's not tying?
Well, if we have a three-way tie, it's gonna not work.
No, we're not reading full books. We're not. Okay, so we have our 3 final books to pick between. It is Inkblood Sister Scribe by R.K. Martin. It is A Memory Called Empire by... Oh, I got that wrong. It is A Memory Called Empire by R.K. Martin. It is Inkblood Sister Scribe by Emma Torres. And it is The Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. You have like 1 minute left to vote with stream delay. Woo, participation.
Which one are you voting for? What happens if it's a three-way tie?
I can't decide. Part of
You
me...
can't flip a coin.
We can't flip a coin. We can flip a coin.
If it's a three-way tie.
If it's a 3-way tie, we roll the dice. We have ways.
Okay, true.
I've got a lot of dice. We can make it work. I'm kind of undecided between Inkblood Sister Scribe and A Memory Called Empire. I feel like I'm more drawn to Inkblood Sister Scribe, but I also know that that is a style of book and a genre of book that I naturally read a lot of, whereas I feel A Memory Called Empire is a little bit more out of my comfort zone, and so there might be benefit to reading that. I don't know. And A Book of Doors is interesting, but
Somebody find the Book of Doors. No.
Okay, just eked out. Inkblood Sister Scribe has won for this month for our slot on fantasy book.
No.
What do you mean no? Your book about books didn't win?
Somebody should have voted the Book of Doors so you could have had 2 books.
No, we
Then you
weren't.
already agreed.
That did not happen. This is recorded for the internet to witness.
Then you already agreed.
Kai's attempts to vote Fix aside, I'm excited for this. I think it's gonna be interesting. I will do the little announcement post. We've got our other book to decide for this month. But as an extra thing,
Yes.
I'm gonna do my best to check the availability of the books on different platforms for the announcement. And so if it's available on like e-reader, audiobook, etc., I'm gonna try my best to link to them in the Discord just to make things easier for if there's a free resource available.
Yes.
Jumping into slot 2, so this is non-fiction informative. We have... I have done the ordering thing again, haven't I?
Did you?
Yes, I think so.
I did that one and that one. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. This is what happens when Feverish Mouse sets things up.
Oh.
Okay, so up first we have What Happened to You by Bruce Perry and Oprah Winfrey. Do you wanna yap about this one? We can go through some of the content warnings because I believe it.
No.
No? Are you sulking? Are you going on strike? What do you mean? No.
No, I refuse.
What
I don't feel like it.
Okay,
Okay.
well, I can do
What
the introduction. Some of the content warnings of this
What
book
the fuck?
include... What do you mean? You said no!
I was
was...
messing with you. You don't want me here. I see how it
I
is.
can't believe I listened to my friend's words and they refused to cooperate.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. So, trigger warnings for what happened to you. It'll make sense. Child abuse, emotional abuse, domestic abuse, mental illness, abandonment, self-harm, alcoholism, death of a parent, and grief. What this is. The mouse can be very intimidating. No, she can't.
Yes, I
What happened to
can.
you?
Imagine
No,
how
she can't.
scary I would be saying, I think your data's wrong and you've made a mistake in your table structure. Because I
Not
would likely
scary.
be right. And I'm telling you got something wrong. That's scary.
Not scary. Okay, so what this is it is a book by Bruce D. Perry and Oprah Winfrey. Ooh, big name. Okay, so it's a talk about like trauma, resilience, and healing through times, right?
Mhm.
And how we are influenced by trauma and like how that like impacts our behaviors. So like stuff like when you find yourself and you're like, why did I do that? Or why can't I do this? Or what's wrong with why am I feeling like this and stuff like that. This is a lot of talk about like how that is influenced by a lot of trauma in our like history and our past, and how relationships and situations and circumstances and all those things are shaped and reshaped in our lives based on things that do happen to us and have impact on us. Um, and it's a conversation between Oprah Winfrey and a renowned trauma and brain expert, Dr. Bruce Perry, on like both sides of the idea of that, from a like more of a like um layman's, I want to say, like view of it, which Oprah Winfrey is more of a, not that studied into it, but also the like scientific and like studied doctors like view on it and stuff like that. Um, it seems really interesting. I've read a few books that Oprah Winfrey has done, and they were pretty good,
I've not
I
read
will say.
anything by her before. I will say,
Oh,
Oprah's one of those people who I'm just like, that's a famous American person. Does she also do the things where
jeez.
people get cars under chairs? I really lack context on this.
That that whole meme is from Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the right person, yeah.
Yeah, that's where the meme is from.
But you
For
get a
you, but
car,
for
and you
you,
get a car, and
you,
you get a... Yeah. I know things about
yeah,
America.
yeah. But yeah, it seems interesting. The whole like idea. I've always been curious around it and like how it is influenced and behavior is influenced. So it's hmm. This seemed interesting,
Mhm,
and I like
mhm.
Oprah Winfrey,
Yeah, I
at least
think
to a degree.
it can be nice to have a book like this which is made more palatable by being a dialogue between someone who's invested in a topic but is kind of a layman in it as well as an
Yeah,
expert, so it's not just one perspective. Um,
yeah,
I think that's a really nice structure to handle topics like this in books. So that is something
I
that
agree.
makes it appealing read to me. Do we want to just go through
Yeah,
this in a straight line to save my brain cells? And
straight line. So my next again.
yeah, oh,
Sure.
I can read one the
No,
nominated ones.
we can hit it. I can hit it. We can hit it, and then you hit three.
Mhm.
The language instinct. I just have to get to the page on it that I have.
I have the content
La-
warnings for it up if you need.
oh, there's content warnings for this book.
Uh,
I couldn't find any.
Let me double check. I copied some over earlier when I was trying to be organized.
I tried to look for some, but I couldn't find any very easily, or like any real ones. So like, if you do have some, that would actually be a good help because I did not find any at all.
um, Da-da-da-da-da. Whilst I read about this, could you do the intro just to make sure I'm right?
Yes. The Language Instinct by Steven Pinker is about the development of human language by one of the world's leading experts on language and the mind. And the whole talk around it is on language, and how it works, how children learn it, how it changes, how we like how the brain interacts with it, like how we understand it, and how our own mind like is influenced by it, how it like evolves throughout history, like and even like other things like how wordplay and humor and all of that stuff is influenced by language and how we speak language and how we interpret languages, um, and how language as a thing is like instinctual to us. It is like ingrained into us by evolution. Um,
Very
it
interesting
is
topic.
um, it's interesting, and like this looks like it is a very big. If you have any interest in like linguistics and stuff like that, this looks like a very good intro to linguistics, but also to like how linguistics is influenced by us and we influence linguistics to a large degree, if you understand what I mean. With like how it psychologically affects us, the neuroscience behind it, how psychology influences language,
More
and a bunch
so
of that stuff.
cultural linguistics.
Yeah, it seems very interesting. I've always been curious about languages and like linguistics and stuff, and this seems like a good introduction to get to talk more about linguistics.
Yeah, I agree. The thing I was looking at, I don't know where I got it from, so ignore me. Um,
So there's none.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, cool. I don't want to miss any if there is any.
No, I'm reading more context of. I did this thing where I searched and I saw a review where someone had written someone a list, and then I went back to check it because I was like, oh, how's normally good at finding things like this? And upon reading the rest of the article, it was a person who was annoyed because they don't think evolution is real, and so that's why they listed content warnings because they
Ah,
disagree with evolution, which is not a take that I expected to find on the front page of Google. But
oh,
sometimes,
oh.
sometimes,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, should we hop into the next book then?
Thinking Fast and Slow
This is
by Daniel. I don't know how to say his last name.
Daniel Kahneman.
Kahneman.
I've not heard it aloud, but that's how I would guess phonetically. I say Daniel regular incorrect pronouncer of things. But I've heard of this book. I've seen it in I feel like it's the type of book that I see whenever I walk past an airport stand for like books to read on a flight. So I've seen the cover of it quite a few times, but I haven't looked into it too much myself. Do you wanna?
Yeah. So, firstly, content warnings, ableism and classism, a little bit. That's what I could find. I couldn't find anything else on like anything in it, which kind of makes sense. So, what this book is firstly we're talking about Daniel Kahneman, just to give some introduction on who the man is. He is a psychologist, or like renowned psychologist, and the winner of a Nobel Prize in economics. It's really interesting that he wrote this. So what this is this is a look into two systems in your mind of thinking. System one, which is fast, intuitive, and emotional. It is that like almost that like intuition you have on something that happens instantly. And then system 2 in your mind is slower, it's deliberate, and it's logical. So it's often when you can like sit and think about something. That is where that system comes in. Um, in this, he is talking about like both systems and exposing how extraordinarily capable they are in situations, but also the faults in it. So, of like thinking very fast, there's often a lot of like stuff that influences that. Um, and the whole idea of that intuitive impression on your thoughts and your behaviors and how that influences each other in like how that happens. So like how loss aversion and overconfidence affects corporate strategies and stuff like that, and how a lot of these like stuff is in our lives, like in predicting what will make you happy, in like the challenges of framing risk, the effects of cognitive biases, in everything from like stock markets to vacations to people in your lives. It is a look at those two systems in your head on like how you make decisions, and how they break down, how they're useful, insights, and like um, practical things on like personal experiences that work on these systems, and how they can kind of be like manipulated by yourself, but also by companies and like things. For example, a really good example is gacha games, on how good it is at like unframing risk in your head and playing on that effect of like happiness but also loss and stuff.
The notion of
Um,
like a dark circle in a game or in a commercial process, I think is
yeah, this is it doesn't directly touch it, but it touches on everything that is influencing that stuff in our head, and it does touch on a lot of real world experiences and stuff. I've heard fantastic things about this book. um it seems really interesting if you're ever thinking about like, if you're ever curious about how you think of a situation, is the best way to put it, like how your brain works to make a decision. That is what this is like looking at like how you get to a point of deciding.
it sounds really interesting. I feel like it's one that I want to read at some point for sure.
Hmm.
Um, I yeah. Um, should we hop over to the next one?
Yeah,
Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum.
which is your recommendations now.
Yes. So I I am not very good at reading memoirs or biographies, but I decided that I want to read more because I think that there's a lot of value in them. And so I looked up the memoirs of people who I would want to read a memoir by. And this is one of the first ones I found, which is What I Talk About When I Talk About Running by Haruki Murakami, who you may know as a highly acclaimed author. I would say one of the more acclaimed
Yeah.
living authors at present. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, so this covers his experience of um, selling the shop he used to run and swapping over into writing full time and now focusing being vocationally a novelist. Note to his second memoir, which is novelist of vocation. But this is the first one about the start of the journey, and I believe there's a big focus on the kind of habit of running and how being intentional with time to think and creativity. And I just find the few books I've read, 3 books by Murakami, and I think they're all great. It's one of those times where I read a translation of a book and I'm like, I want to learn another language just so I can read it in its original form. And so, an author that I think very highly of and would be stoked to read their memoir, especially since a lot of it is framed around writing and creative effort, which I think are interesting topics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. This is I have not read this memoir,
Mhm.
but I've wanted to for a long time because I love Haruki Murakami. I
Yeah.
love his books. And I do agree with you. Three books. There's three books that I've read by him that
Mhm.
make me want to learn Japanese just so that I can read that book in like
The original
the original
text. Yeah.
language. Yeah.
Because the
Um.
translations are wonderful, but
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, as a
But
quick
something
note.
like Dance Dance Dance, I want to read once
Mhm.
in my life in Japanese. That book is phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, a quick note on content warnings for this, because I didn't jump in at the start. Uh, there's a passive discussion of sexism, fatphobia, and body shaming, but it is not a. I don't believe it's like a central
Yeah.
component. As a quick
There's
note.
also some there's also some talk about like injury and death around him,
Mhm.
because he did get injured throughout his journey. I know.
Yeah.
So there is some talk about like injury and stuff with him, but again, it's nothing out there.
Mhm.
But no, I've wanted to read this. Phenomenal author. If anybody here has not read Haruka Murakami, go read it. I suggest 1Q84. Jeez,
Yeah.
that's a phenomenal book as well.
Yeah. I
Um,
genuinely, I one of those kind of authors where I'd say, look at the list of his works, whichever seems the most interesting to you, pick it up.
yeah, you literally cannot miss. Um,
Yeah. If you've not,
1Q84 is probably my favorite though.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It may seem like we're glazing, that maybe if you
No,
read the books, you may change your mind.
yeah, it's
um,
like
yeah, incredible
what
author.
what if anything, what we are doing is underselling how insanely good he is. Like, they're phenomenal.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
don't one thing. I mentioned Dance Dance Dance. Don't read Dance Dance Dance. It's the fourth book in a like one.
Yes. I
It's
was
the
gonna
fourth
say
in
I
the
haven't
Rat
read
series.
Dance Dance Dance, but I didn't think it was a standalone one, so it was a.
No,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Um. Should I hop
yeah,
over?
it's number four. The first one is Hear the Wind Sing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Read that if you're
Mhm.
curious. But no,
Um.
I'm really curious about this book. I'm gonna be real. I put this on my own to be read for. I now have a separate to be read for like non-fiction books that I see in book club or that I come across that I don't
Mhm.
think we're gonna read for book club. This is the top like five in my non-fiction. I am going to read this book because I do love Haruki Murakami.
Mhm.
So even if we don't read this for book club, we can talk about it because I'm reading it.
Yeah. Yeah. I. Yeah. This is my goal for this year is to have read 3 memoirs. It doesn't need to be a part of book club. This is one of the ones I want to read. So,
Yeah.
just a little goal for myself. Um, Hopping over to the next book is quite a different one. Next up is Flight 7 is Missing, with the full title being The Search for My Father's Killer by Ken H. Fortenberry. This is so it's true crime in a sense, which I've never really read or engaged in true crime much, but it's quite an interesting case where the author was a journalist who started researching and writing this book after his father was one of the people affected in Flight 7. So this is from the perspective of um, one of the family members of one of the victims. But the book is about a lightweight plane that um, crashed. It was one of the Pan American Airway flights in 1957 that crashed, resulting in the deaths of the crew. And it's discussing the lack of investigation and how there was never any. It seems there was obfuscation in trying to get to the bottom of this, be it corporate or personal interest, and discussing how even fully advocating it, one of the um, victim's sons, the author Ken, even as an award-winning journalist, he struggled to um, get information and see progress happening in this investigation whilst theoretically having the ideal skill set to cover and find out about us, and so it's the documentation of his experience researching it and the pushback he received in doing so, and also the information that he gathered regarding it, because it's still not explained almost 70 years later, which is concerning and remarkable. This is one that's like a bit out of my wheelhouse. I tend not to engage with true crime much as a genre, but I thought this was an interesting example as it was written by the family of one of the victims in an attempt to raise awareness for it, and so it's more within the scope of the true crime that I'm comfortable with, I suppose, if there's such a thing.
It's a not exploitatory way of doing it, which I love.
Yeah.
Because some true crime can be very exploitative.
Yeah, if I say it's not like tabloid true crime, maybe that's an oversimplification, but I think we can all imagine the type of content and maybe have seen it and click not interested. But yeah,
100%.
For content warnings, there are quite a few, given its primary focus is a plane crash. So let me just grab the list. So, there is discussion of corruption, death, and this list isn't very complete. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I'm not finding a solid list for content warning on this. I don't know if this is because it's an older book, and so at the time of publication it wasn't something that people generally made note of. So I'm afraid I do not have a good definitive list. The only main ones tagged are death and corruption, but I can't be confident that is fully encompassing. Apologies for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna skedoodle over to the next one, and I will do my best to look into to find a more complete list for that, if needed after stream. For I fear that I am sleepy, and if I try and look for now, I'll just go silent for 10 minutes whilst I search. Finally, finally my voice cracks. Finally, we have Black Holes, The Key to Understanding the Universe by Brian Cox. This is kind of about what it says on the tin. It's about black holes. Brian Cox is a quite well-known science communicator, primarily a physicist, does a lot of presenting and discussion. I believe this is a book where he's also read the audiobook for it, if you enjoy listening to his videos and TV shows. I know he became the dedicated science guy for BBC shows for a while, which is where I first encountered him. But
I
yeah,
love Brian Cox.
This seems pretty cool. Black holes are scary, and very complicated, and so this is a look into them. I don't know how to explain it better. It's kind of what it says on the tin, but it's a shiny tin. Any tin with a black hole on it is kind of cool. You can tell I'm a little bit sleepy, which I can only apologize for. But yeah, I don't believe there's any content warnings on this.
No.
Black holes are a little bit scary, but I don't think that's that's one in itself.
There's one that's not an explicit content warning, but might be for some people. Science usually not the biggest fan of what's the word? Um, religions. So they might not have the most like if you're like that other person that said, "Oh yes, evolution is fake. I hate the book." Don't read this book. They're gonna say black holes are millions and millions and millions of years old. It will disagree with you
Yeah,
if you're like super religious. I don't
yeah,
think any of you are, but yeah.
yeah. It disagrees with creation theory if that's something
Ah,
that would be
yeah.
upsetting. Um, but yeah. Oh gosh, now I need to figure out how to run a poll again. Should we do the alternating again? So I do 1, 3, 5.
Um, sure.
I forgot to count to 5. Did you notice?
Yes. 135. Nice.
Oh,
135.
I have so many opinions about Spindle Manor that I want to yap about, and I have no brain cells left. Okay.
Non-fiction part. Eh, okay, mine is the language wisdom.
Okay. Mine is ready to mumble, so I will start the poll and we can get ready. So the first one consists of What Happened to You by Bruce Perry and Oprah Winfrey, Thinking Fast and Slow by Danielle Kahneman, and Flight 7 is Missing by Ken H. Rottenberry. Oh, hi Pesky, how are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. Wait, let me open my beverage. This isn't gonna sound very exciting because it's not fizzy, but let me.
Black holes.
Yeah, there was no audio there. That was very anticlimactic.
That was there was nothing. I
I
didn't even
I
hear
tried my
anything.
best. I'm too used to drinking soda. I sleepy
I didn't even
mouse.
hear anything.
I'm saving all my brain cells to talk about Spindle Manor. Hi nerds! Oh my gosh, are the other people here? Couldn't be me. I'm gonna stop stuttering and just drink
Biggest the
water.
biggest nerd. In that first thought, I don't know what I want to read. I'm gonna be real.
I am leaning towards Thinking
Oh,
Fast and Slow
kind of same.
because it's one I want to read. I think for me, for non-fiction, this month is gonna be between what I talk about when I talk about running and Thinking Fast and Slow.
Literally the same.
Yeah, I'm always gonna want to read a book about science, but I feel like that's the type of thing that I'd pick up in my own time. And so for something to be driven by book club and have a conversation about, those feel like great options.
Yeah.
And it looks like Thinking Fast and Slow is winning for this half. Okay. Da, 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 da.
Was there anything else that was close?
It had a strong lead.
Okay.
It was like 2 points clear.
Oh, okay. It was
Yeah.
really strongly.
Okay, are you ready to unload the second poll? We can do the rapid polling. We are. Look at us, we're so organized. So in the second half of the poll, we have The Language Instinct, How the Mind Creates Language by Steven Pinker. We have What I Talk About When I Talk About Running by Haruki Murakami. And we have Black Holes, The Key to Understanding the Universe by Brian Cox.
It's what I
These
talk
are
about
all...
when
I will say The Language Instinct is also very interesting to me.
I agree. That's the other one I might have voted for.
I feel like... Yeah, Category 2 has a lot of my favorite books that we've talked about so far in it.
Same.
Because I'm always going to want to read a pop science book. That's just who I am. If I read non-fiction outside of book club, that's it. It's either pop
Yeah.
science or financial history. And so... Well, it looks like What I Talk About When I Talk About Running is in the lead, which, considering how much we kind of sat there going, this guy's the goat. Maybe understandable. We're only a little bit biased, but we're not biased, we've just read the books.
I mean, I am a little bit biased. I love Haruki Murakami.
I'm a teeny bit biased, but I think it's a deserving bias.
It is.
proportional response.
I love Haruka Murakami.
Oh, I'm gonna stop preparing the final poll because it looks like
What I talk about, and I already forgot which one in the first slot.
it was Thinking Fast and Slow.
Ah, that was that one. Yeah.
I will say what I talk about does not condense well into the Twitch format for polls.
No.
And not much condenses well to the Twitch format. I have a lot of issues with Twitch, but one of the ones that occurs to me most often, other than it just only liking Chromium browsers, is the fact that the polls are a bit naff. But here we are. It is the final time. We have Thinking Fast and Slow, and what I talk about when I talk about running. I hope I'm excited for both of these.
Kai the Typer. Why am I Kai the Typer?
Maybe you were typing the poll?
No, my keyboard doesn't pick up on my mic.
Mine does. I like the little click clack.
Danya's the typer. Danya's the click clacker, not me.
Oh, I'm the squeaker, I think. Yeah,
No, you're
I'd be
the meower.
squeaking. Twitter spoke. I guess I just bark now. Why past me thought it would be a good idea to schedule tweets whilst fevered? It's difficult to schedule tweets. You have to use a third-party software.
Yep.
I haven't deleted it at least, but why I tweeted about barking, I will never know.
I was kind of random. I was curious about it.
I really put in work to stream on Thursday. I was quite unwell. Just like got up stream, checked my temperature, realized I had a fever, scheduled some tweets, went to bed. Logged on the next day to find tweets about barking and being like, oh, Pastenia.
Forgot about it.
Pastenia, maybe you should have just gone to bed and not streamed. But, oh hi Az, how are you doing? Welcome. But yeah, hi Ninja, I hope your day has been going well. I'm so sleepy. I don't know why I'm sleepy. I woke up early. I woke up at like 9 AM on a day I didn't have work. Which, I don't know. To me that's a radical endeavour. I realise that's not to most people, but I'm a night owl mouse.
Guess we're reading
I guess we're reading what I talk about when I talk about writing. It'll be the first memoir for book club, which is quite exciting.
True. Actually, yeah, that's true.
Okie dokie. So, with the excitement of writing out of the way, should we jump into the spoiler review of Spindle Manor?
Yes.
Okay. Spoiler time. If you do not want to be spoiled by Murder at Spindle Manor by Morgan Stang, this is your final warning. There will be continuous spoilers from here on out. We're gonna start off with let's go through the structure again, because it was kind of difficult to review this properly with it being a mystery whilst doing non-spoilers. So
yeah,
set up an expectations for the book. I did not expect that to keep being twists, because I went into this thinking, oh, it's a debut novel. The twist is that it's not actually a murder mystery, it's you gotta find the person so you can murder them mystery, and that's what I thought the thing that made it stand out was, but no, there were so many problems. Which is a pleasant surprise. There was a point in the middle where I was just like, oh my gosh, how many things are going wrong here? But in the end it all felt integrated well enough that I came around to the myriad of problems that were happening at Spindle Manor. In terms of, we kind of discussed the themes earlier. There aren't really central themes to the book. I would say each of the characters has a theme, with one exception, and I'm gonna get onto that in the character bit, where we complain about the same two things, I think. But there was Miss Argyle, whose main theme was control, and the different ways she manipulated people. There was the various themes of sacrifice for each of the other characters interacting with Miss Argyle and the different ways that manifested itself. But I wouldn't say it's a book with thematic emphasis.
No.
I do think the theme of loneliness is very interesting, especially with the ending context of who the Doppelwyvern is, because of how it is introduced. When so we're going big spoilers here. We're telling you who the person that they're hunting for is. When it's revealed to be the madam who owns the manor that's the Doppelwyvern, first of all, I'd been there being grumpy, going, "Look at the book Penny is showing to you. There's someone with the surname of one of the last people who died." I spotted it when it was written down when she read them out. And every time Penny was holding the book, I was just like, "Penny, she's a genius. She's wonderful. Go read the book again." Yeah. So that's how I figured it out. Some people might have done it off social clues. I just recognized a name. And so when other things kept happening, I kept being surprised because I was like, "What do you mean? Go and read the book." But yeah, it was. I was just like, Penny is so wonderful. Penny deserves the world. I hope Penny has a good time in book 2. I'm glad Isabel took Penny with her. But yeah, I think the conversation, I don't actually know how best to say her name.
I don't know how to say many of the names in this.
Yeah. Madame Blanchette? It's probably more French than that, but I've made an approximation of it. The conversation, the Annabelle, I've gone from saying from Isabeau and Madame Blanchette had about loneliness within the context of Madame Blanchette being a Doppelwyvern. Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating. Yeah. Yeah. I went and reread it because I was just like, maybe that's too obvious. Maybe that was like a copywriting thing. It's a relatively common surname when I thought I'd figured it out. But then when it was confirmed at the end, I went back and I read that conversation and I was emo. Very well done. Yeah. Very well done. I do think it was quite interesting to set up the motif of the monster seeming to connect so much with Isabel, not out of a want to survive, even at its own detriment. I thought that was very interesting narratively. The fact that it didn't run at the end made me a little emo again. But yeah.
Emo mouse.
Emo mouse. But yeah, I like this. Do you have any other thoughts on the kind of themes in the world building? I think those are my thoughts on loneliness, just that it was well executed, particularly with finding out who the Doppelwyvern was at the end. Also, one quick other thought on theme for me before I hand over is the manifestation of loneliness and intentional isolation with the monstrosity with Ralph. I thought that was a really nice tie-in, with it being he was a weaver, he was one of the people who spun silk, and then due to his isolation and exposure to magic, he warped into a monstrosity and subsequently warped into a spider because of his dedication to it, was how I read that.
Yeah.
I thought that was like good world building, something that's kind of in the forefront of the name of the manor, with it being Spindle Manor from a weaving spindle.
Yeah.
I thought that was a nice detail. I felt bad for Ralph. Yeah.
Poor buddy.
Poor buddy. He did try and eat everyone, but
yeah,
insane giant
Poor buddy.
spider. Just sometimes you've got to try and eat everyone. It's kind of part of the MO.
Oh, I agree.
Do you have any notes on the themes with being able to talk about the full context?
You kind of covered most of the ones that I did want to talk about. But no, I did like the specifically how it ties in with the reveal and who it ties into the reveal with and all other stuff around that.
Yeah.
The whole theme of like loneliness and stuff like that. Which I'm real I didn't expect from this book, but I liked it.
Yeah. At first, so within the book, there's a fake out where Isabeau goes, "Oh, I was wrong. The wyvern was in the forest," and the noble just accepts that. I was
Yeah.
curious about that because I assumed that the noble would know that they were being lied to. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a theme I love. So, for the first, I think, half of the book, the nobles are framed as just being the upper class. They are the nobility, and none of
Oh
the
yeah.
language is used strictly frames them as being fantastical or alien in any way. They're just nobility. And so when people talk about them being graceful or incredible or wise, you just assume that it's people who are social climbers evangelizing those at the top of society. And then when you find out that they're actual fantastical creatures who hide away from society because they're 8 foot tall, very cool. That was such a fun switcheroo. I loved it so much. Yeah, that was very good and cool, I think.
I do like that part about it of like the switch on the because yeah, you do just think of noble. You're like, ah, it's just a pretty prince, whatever the fuck. Just like, oh yes, they're just like
They're
politically
being so
like
reverent
the
because
high
it's the
people are
upper
amazing.
class, and these are people who want handouts from the wealthy, functionally, for most of the characters. And so when you find out, no, they're actually otherworldly, it's very cool and fun.
Yeah,
I
they're
really
almost
like.
like demigodal figures.
Yeah, that was very cool. Although I did kind of feel like the aura and status of them was undermined a little bit by them just successfully being lied to. But
Yeah, a little bit. But
me thinking they're
I want
cool,
more from
probably.
them.
Yeah, I do want to know more from them. Um, I did think the
Because I
idea
do
of
think there is.
is a Madame Constellation, who
Yes.
is the noblewoman who is here, just like standing at the front of the building and reaching up to the midway through the second floor because of her height and stature. Very cool image.
Yeah.
Was kind of surprised she was just so chill to stand there with everyone. Because it makes it sound like they avoid everyone desperately, but she was surprisingly cooperative. I will say,
Just good
when
chill.
when the chapter ended with her like barreling down the corridor to get Mrs. Field, who was the other murderer within this book, it was I was just like, oh, Isabeau hasn't called the Doppelwyvern in time. Dawn must have risen, and the noble must be coming out to kill all of them because that was the threat. And so I thought the
Yeah.
book was then going to be Isabeau
Then
potentially
escape.
fighting the noble or escaping and something on that. And because I knew the Doppelwyvern was Madame Blanchette, I was like, is it going to be they work together? Is it they run away and be lonely? And there's the Doppelwyvern who's not capable of love, and Isabeau who's not comfortable with it, and their girlfriends. And that didn't happen. But I had like a moment of I hadn't turned the page to the next chapter, and I saw the future in my mind, and the future was good. But then it didn't happen, and a different good story happened. But I was
That would have been the AO3 one.
yeah.
That would have been the
I was
AO3
invested in
ending.
that ending. I was just like, I could see this happening. But no.
Yeah, that would be straight up be the AO3 ending.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Found family with
Like,
the monster you get sent to kill. That is the. But yeah. I thought the novel was very cool as a theme.
I do like them. I want to learn more about them.
Yeah, this is why I'm reading the second one. There's so many things with the world building that I want to know more about. The ghost felt slightly like a. Okay, so I really liked, as a reader, just as a section of the book, the area that
Yeah.
was regarding handling the ghost of the woman who had been haunting room 303 and who had remained at the manor. I think in terms of emotional writing and sensitivity and like character development, that was probably the strongest part of the book.
Yeah.
I do feel like it didn't necessarily add much for the part of the story that it took up, and it felt at times that in writing it was being addressed as a tangent and going, no, it was necessary. No, the seance was like a needed and vital part of the night. And I think if it hadn't been addressed in text so many times, I wouldn't have like been bothered about it. But given that the whole arc just led, oh, go talk to Ralph, it kind of felt maybe like it didn't fully fit into the book, but it was just so well done that I can't like object to it. It just didn't feel as integrated as some of the other aspects. I will say, okay, I don't know why, but looking through like the looking glasses on doors is something that I get scared about.
Yeah.
I think I saw like 2 minutes of a horror movie where someone looks through it and then like steps away and
It's
sees a
stabbed.
creature in the reflection of it and gets, yeah. I don't know. I find them scary. And so when Isabel looked into the room and saw just the blank red and was confused and walked away, and then you later find out that that's the ghost's eye and she was staring back at her, that is the most scared I have been reading this year, I think. Ooh. Yeah, that bit stressed me out.
Fair.
That bit was
That is
very.
a bit spooky.
That's very spooky. Um,
But I think I was traumatized by it.
yeah. I've kind of just
No,
like
it was spooky.
jumped into yapping about the characters, but yeah, I think that bit was handled really well, and I'm glad it kind of got
Yeah.
addressed, and it's why I think Miss Valdez was the best written of the guests.
Yeah.
In terms of characters, I am gonna say something kind of just outright negative about the book. The switcheroo on the relationship that the Colonel had with her footman annoyed me a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Because it was written as if it was a joke, but the
Yeah.
essentially the full context of it was, oh, throughout the book it's being inferred that this man is being abused by his employer. Oh, switcheroo, it's a relationship, and actually that's what he enjoys and asks for.
Yeah.
Not like a good way to frame that kind of relationship, but also the fact
No.
that it was played for jokes kind of eliminated any possibility of it being a heartfelt, like, this is something
Yeah.
they keep secret because of a class thing, this is something they keep secret because of a taboo thing, and like I could see a world where the same events happened, but it was just written as a joke, and that just annoyed me. That was one of the two negative things I had to say, but I don't know if that was one of the ones you had a gripe with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was. That whole context of that and the like jokingness of it, I did not like.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was a little bit
It felt in poor taste to
what's
me.
the word? Yeah. It was a little icky.
Mhm. But I will say, a lot of the other characters as they unfolded really well. I was kind of surprised about it, especially when the lady who is a ghost, whose name I've forgotten, when her story, which was fundamentally about spousal abuse, was handled so well. When it kind of turned around and then was like a joke a few chapters later, which is like a very harsh way of putting it, but yeah, yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. That bit I was like, oh, I'm surprised by this. I thought the other character development is better. Um, I will say for characters, Mrs. Field was a very interesting character. Um,
Yes.
Yeah,
Mrs. Field was actually a really interesting character.
I think. Yeah, I think
Fields.
fields, plural
I
fields.
said field. I said field.
Um, but yeah, I think she's a really interesting character. I do think it could have been nice to have more interactions between her and let me grab the name. Is it Heloise and her husband Teddy? I feel like Teddy
Yes,
kind of got the least development out of the characters in the manor.
he did.
Which I
Teddy
think,
was a bit underdeveloped. Not
yeah.
not underdeveloped, but like not developed as much.
Mhm. I think it.
I I feel like saying underdeveloped implies there was like more needed to a degree, and I don't think there was. I just think like what's the word? Like there could have been more.
Yeah,
I don't think he like needed more specifically for what he does in the story and like a bunch of the stuff around it, but like there could have been more, I feel like.
I do think there was space for like more personal development for him and less jokes about flatulence. I think that could have been
Yes.
a teeny bit better. Like getting the subtle hint that he'd been drinking the poison tea in. Great, fine, good, but could have just been mentioned once. But yeah, I
Yeah,
I
I agree.
I did really like the the Colonel's character development up to the switcheroo with the relationship. Up until then, I thought it was really interesting the way she kept trying to take control of the situation, and her viewpoint of things I thought was very established within the world, and she as a character felt real whilst also facilitating a lot of context, which I appreciated. Um,
Yeah.
Mrs. Field was interesting. Um, I do kind of wish that there was a little bit more expansion between her being cornered and being killed. Like, I wish there was a moment to discuss it more, because it felt like it could have done with another few pages at least. But there was a lot to cover in the remaining few chapters, so it's fair enough.
No, its biggest like good part is that it is kind of short, and it's a very easy like fast read that's pretty short. But it is also there could have been a little bit more. I wouldn't
Yeah.
have felt bad if she had like
20 more
20,
pages? Yeah.
20 to 40 more pages. Like
Yeah. I will say the one thing I noticed, very cooperative weather. I hope that's world building. I hope we find out about it,
oh yeah,
because it was mentioned in text multiple times, and okay, one of the reasons I was excited to do the spoiler time review for this one is because I read this one digitally, and so I could highlight texts and make notes, and it's so much easier than doing it for a physical book. But I have
it's
multiple notes which are just like cooperative weather, and so I hope that there's something there. I hope that there's some shenanigans going on with the cloud. It felt like it was
yeah,
being called out
that would be
too
cool.
much to not be in some way intentional.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of the stuff with like some other world building parts where I'm like, I want to know more. That is one
Mhm.
where I do want to know more.
The
Like, give
clouds.
me more.
Yeah. Um. So. Where's my next point? Um. Oh yeah, I have a little note about the color red and the finding out the eye is red, and it's just I was scared then and I'm scared now. um. Looking through the eye holes of doors is scary. I don't like it. Oh, fun thing. There isn't a chapter 13 in this book. There's just a little note saying 13 is a wildly unlucky number, especially at a time like this. So there's no chapter
Yeah.
13. Thank you very much, which I thought was quite fun. Um,
It was really fun. I love that too.
I
It is so funny.
I think it matched the tone of the book really well.
It does.
Yeah.
Also, I
Um,
agree.
oh,
No chapter 13s.
mm, maybe intentional chapter 13s. A rebuttal.
No.
No?
No chapter 13s.
Superstitious hologram.
Nah. Yes. No. Maybe. I don't. Oh.
Oh, I know we talked a little bit about how it sometimes you could kind of feel the author writing in such a way because they would shape a page about a line they wanted to deliver, sort of writing.
Yes.
But there was one throwaway phrase regarding the kind of staircase meandering that I discussed earlier on as a negative, but it resulted in the quote, one big clump of frantic humanity, which I thought
Oh
was very
yeah.
good. I enjoyed that as a description. Um,
That is very cool.
the full quote was, back up the stairs they went, one big clump of frantic humanity, girded on by the flashlight and cracking thunder. Which, yeah,
That's sick.
that was a good one. Um, but yeah, Penny was the smartest and the best and the coolest. I am curious, and this is something that I'm a bit sad about, if Penny will still stay being such an exceptional living doll when she's no longer near the ley lines, because that's what I assume it's from.
Yeah. Probably. That's the thing. I don't know. Like, we don't know.
Guess I'm gonna have to read the
She
next
could
book.
just be. She could just be a living doll.
She could be, but even the Mesmer remarked on how uncannily adept she was.
Cool, but it could also just be.
It could also
Yeah.
just be that she's
It's
cool, yeah.
weird. Like, uh, world building.
hmm
Give me more.
Yeah. Um, One quick note, which I thought that the Mesmer was actually astral projecting and was in the heavy box, was very cool, and I hadn't figured it out, but when it happened, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. Why it was
Oh,
needed to
yeah.
also make him a pervert is the second thing I'd like to complain about.
Yeah.
He could have just been in a box. He didn't need to be such a creep. Like,
Yep.
he was just pretending to be like a suave guy for 3/4 of the book, and then for 2 pages he was let out of a box and he was just a bit of a creep, and then he got put back in a box. And you could have just excluded
Yeah.
him being a creep.
You really could.
You could have just had him be an old man in a box.
Yeah. That was the part that. Yeah, that
That
was
was
the
my
scene that I
second
wanted
one,
to
yeah.
complain about.
Yeah.
Yeah. He really did not need to. Yeah, he did not need to. Yeah.
It was so out the blue as well, which is a little bit surprising for me, but oh, Violet Orchid Words, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the library. Do not mind my inability to read words when they are one after the other. I'm good at reading words on their spaces. But yeah, the character development. Evie, I think, was very well established subtly. Um, with her surprising competence. Oh. What did you think, Kai?
Sorry, I completely zoned out.
I was just like, I can't tell if your internet's gone because okay. I thought Evie was well established with being functional
Oh,
in
yeah.
character under her disguise, whilst also giving herself away slowly. Because I started making
Yeah.
notes partway through, just being like, if Evie is not the Doppelwyvern, then she's someone else. Because she's not just
Yeah.
Evie. There's something going on here.
Yeah.
So that was a fun twist at the end.
Yeah. I do agree with that. That was interesting. It was a very interesting red herring on it. Of
Mhm,
like,
mhm.
she did seem like the double iron to a large degree. Or, like you said, something. Like,
Yeah.
there's something weird. Something's wrong.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, Also, I do or like, who ultimately was the double iron. I think it makes sense, like, to a large
Yeah,
degree.
it makes a lot of sense. I will say, you know, when you start reading a book, every now and then you kind of have to have confidence in an author, and if that gets shaken, you get a bit nervous and grumpy.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
I
that's just by you reading Modern Man in Search of a Soul.
yeah, that was just me being grumpy though, but that was me being reasonable. The I'll stand by shouting at people like him. Um, the I will say Isabeau made an assumption early on, which to me was just incorrect and proved to be incorrect, which was her to say that, oh, you followed these three cities and the deaths happened in these three cities, so the Doppelwyvern must be amongst you. Where that just isn't true at all, because if the Doppelwyvern has taken a different identity in each of those cities, then if it was originally a member of the party, they would have to have left the first city because their skin would have been abandoned. And so, whether or not it's travelled three cities with them is irrelevant because it could only have picked them up at the last one at the latest, at the earliest rather. And so, the fact that that was one of the like starting pieces of deduction work, I was a bit nervous about because it just didn't hold up to much. But yeah,
That is very true.
yeah. And it turned out, I think it was one of the things of the author assumably had the plan that the Doppelwyvern wasn't
Yeah.
going to be within the party, but wanted to frame it as if it made so much sense to assume that they must be, and so threw that in as a
Yeah.
piece of like confident quote unquote logic, despite it not holding up, just in the hopes that we, the reader, would rush past it and accept it. Um, uh, but yeah, I don't know. Other than that, I like the deductions and the structure of it because I think when you read a mystery book, you kind of have to accept the tone of the space of the logical jumps an author's going to make in the reasoning,
Yeah.
and I like them on this one. Outside of that one, it was pretty good. Oh hey
Yeah.
guys, James, you
Uh,
sound like Philomena Chunk. I love her. Oh my gosh.
it does come with the territory.
Mhm,
That
mhm.
one was a bit, yeah. That one almost seemed like it was set up for, like, what's the word?
This,
Making you think that they are in the party to a large degree.
yeah.
Like, that's what he wanted you, the author wanted you to think that, so that you can later be like, no, it's not,
I,
to a large degree, and like try and like, what's the word? Like,
it wanted you to
uh,
follow in Isabeau's assumption, and so it was stated
yeah.
unquestionably, despite it not being the strongest. I will say my one remaining brain cell is just thinking about Taskmaster tasks now. Um, has anyone seen the Taskmaster task of Philomena Chung trying to sort shoes? It
Oh
makes me
yeah.
lose my mind. But oh heck, hi Sounds, Models in. Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good day. But yeah, I liked a lot of it. Like I mentioned, there was the two character development things that I was like
Yeah. Mm,
not a fan of those things, but as a whole, for the ensemble cast, I liked it. I felt bad for Greg.
not bad.
There was one thing about which I was a bit confused about, which
Yeah.
why seemingly halfway through the storm it was inferred that a modern teenager with bad posture staring at her phone teleported into one of the rooms
Oh
and then teleported out without any explanation, because that's what I read that
yeah.
as, and I don't like that just felt a bit silly to me. Maybe it relates to the future books, but I was like
No, I agree. And
that
even if it does lead to future books, I'm still confused.
yeah, it kind of felt very atonal, whereas there's been a lot of twists and turns already, but that one didn't feel integrated. Um,
Yeah. That one felt like out of nowhere. for like no reason to. I'm
I feel
like,
like the storm escalating would have felt more cohesive if that hadn't
yeah,
happened, because with that also happening, it felt like almost too much. But
yeah.
I just woke up. I
Maybe
can't
in like
remember time
book
zones. I can't
two,
tell if that's reasonable or not. I think it is. Oh, what were you saying?
maybe in
Sorry,
like
sorry.
book two it do something.
I guess I'll find out. I've got how many days? I've got 9 days before my trial ends to read the book too, so I'll be able to get through that easily. But
Maybe it's something in book two, and you can tell me, Kai, it makes sense.
maybe
Or Kai, there's nothing like this in book two.
I
It's never mentioned again. What the fuck?
am I wrong for just assuming it's a teenager with a cell phone
It does.
because
It does feel like
a
it,
young
from
girl
what I
in a
remember.
dress with a strangely hunched posture staring at a shining glass crystal on her hand. That feels like a teenager on their phone. I don't know.
It kind of does. Even if it's like a fantasy version of it, it kind of has that vibe, and it's weird. And I
Yeah,
don't get it.
maybe.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. Which I will say, there's so many different elements to the story, because you might be able to tell by us hopping around, but this is a short book and you have
Yeah.
the central Doppelwyvern hunt, you have the Doppelwyvern nobbing in the starting party, you have the ghost who needs to um, pass peacefully, you have Ralph in the ceiling who's also a spider, you have the noble in a random room, you have Evie being a police officer, and then you have the 2 murders. That's a lot of things for the speed of this book and the fact that they all feel like
Yeah.
addressed and integrated, which is frankly kind of impressive. Um,
It is.
it's very busy without feeling dense, which I enjoyed. Um,
Yeah.
it because a lot of the time with murder mysteries, you have big point of drama when the murder happens, a lot of thinking, and then the results, or you have that pattern repeated when there's multiple murders. And so I think this is a way to maintain pacing and structure without just having half the cast die out. So I thought it was good.
Yeah. It is. It is impressive how much is fit into this book, and it doesn't feel like bloated at all to a large degree. It is quite impressive at like how good the story is in like a large section of it. Because like it was one, it was pretty easy to get through. It is
Mhm.
short, realistically.
Yeah,
Uh
I think it
that's
might
kind of
be
fucks
the
with my brain,
shortest
but like
fantasy book we've read, outside of
yes, it is.
maybe Neuromancer.
Yeah. But like it's short for like a fantasy, and then it does a really good job of fitting a lot of different things in there, pretty cleanly as well.
Yeah.
It is really impressive how good that part of it is.
Outside of the teleporting teenager, all of the other ideas do feel
Yeah.
really well integrated, I think. Um,
Well, maybe the teleporting teenager is for the next one,
I,
and
I'm,
then it's
I'm
very
gonna
good
read it and
integration.
feedback. So yeah.
Now, in the next book, they have to have a teenager with a glass crystal, and then they're like, oh, they disappear, and then they describe the scene from the other book, and then they go back.
Oh, that could be an. Oh. Uh, we'll find out. We'll
It's
find
probably not
out.
gonna happen.
I feel like it
It's
might just
probably
be a
not gonna
throwaway thing.
It's not
But
probably not gonna happen. It would be so real. It's probably not
yeah.
happening.
Um, do you have any final notes? I know we kind of started off with a structure thing, but most of our points just ended up being on character. So we kind of.
Uh, Not that I can think of.
Okay. I think I've used up all my
Right.
thoughts. Um, I will say
Thoughts empty brain no thinky.
I do kind of wish Isabeau got a girlfriend, even if it was a doppelwyvern.
Why?
I don't know. I
Not
just think
every
it would
book.
be nice.
Not every book needs romance.
Okay, but more books need happy lesbians. We need to... Okay, but consider... Imagine if I brought a book to book club and said, a woman goes to hunt a monster and finds the monster is actually a kind of cool woman, and then they hide away from society in a manor, being maybe girlfriends. You would read that book. You would vote for that book.
Depends what it's up against.
No, it's fair. It's not needed in every book, but I do. Part of me does wish we got the double down AO3 ending with Isabel hiding away,
That would have been cool.
or at least maybe not just letting the Doppelwyvern live and trusting or making some kind of seal. Because part of me thought the compromise might be, well, I was just like, is it going to be that they go back and they intentionally ruin Spindle Manor so no one visits again, and the Doppelwyvern just gets to live there with Penny in the house? But then I was like, that feels kind of bad for Penny, because Penny really wants them to find the Doppelwyvern. Penny's not having a good time. But
yeah.
yeah.
That would have been funny though. That would have been cool.
Because then at the end, once she's finished doing all her monster hunting, Isabeau can retire and live in the manor with the Doppelwyvern.
Oh god.
Sorry.
You know what? This is AO3 writing. Go write an AO3 version of this.
Yeah. Okay. I will. What's my next project?
Go write the AO3. It is already AO3 writing style, so just go do the AO3 thing and do the
Comfort,
AO3.
found family. The family is a wyvern.
Yeah, you got it. I'll read it.
I got it.
I might even read it for book club.
Oh, we are now reading my AO3 writing for book club.
What up?
There's only so much found family you can take in a month, and I.
True. We did get it last month as well.
Oh, hi, Ben. Yeet yourself out of a window? That feels bad for yourself and the window.
It's only a one-story window.
There's still glass, assumably. I feel like falling any distance onto concrete is unpleasant, but maybe... I don't know. Maybe I just have survival instincts.
Wait, what one story are you talking about, Bud? Are you talking about the American one story, or like the rest of the world one story, where the first story is like the ground one, but Americans, that's floor 0, and the top one, story 1
No,
is the
that's
top
how it
one.
works in Europe as well. The ground floor is floor 0, and then the first floor is up the first flight of stairs.
What the fuck?
I don't like it either. It confuses me on the frequent basis. I keep accidentally lying to people about how many floors the library has because of it, because I get confused.
Huh. If it's the European / like British way, then
if you had to
don't
go upstairs,
teach yourself out of that.
Yeah, I would generally suggest not eating yourself through windows, unless you're like a stunt person, because that seems like a recipe for a scraped knee at best. But yeah, I think we have concluded our thoughts on Murder at Spindle Manor. I'm reading the second one. I'm excited. I'm enjoying it. I'm only a few chapters in, but
if you give it a good review, I might read it too. It seems I want to see where this author goes. I do want to read the book and the Barbarian. I forgot what the book's name is. I'm gonna be so rude.
I think we're both quite sleepy, are we? Okay. Let us get to wrap up. So, meeting day. We'll be continuing the chaos of meeting on the third Saturday of the month at 7 PM GMT, with the next book club being Saturday the 16th of August. I think it's the third week of the month. It's the second Saturday of the month.
That's the third Saturday of the month.
Is it?
Yes, because the second is a Saturday.
It's the third Saturday of the month. I'm very sleepy. I hope everyone's looking forward to the book club. We will be reading. Let me double check. I made a note. We will be reading Inkblood Sister Scribe by Emma Tars. I and what I talk about when I talk about running by Haruki Murakami, which I am very excited about, and I hope you all are too. I will be making the announcement post tonight alongside the nominations opening. That'll be going live in around 50 minutes. So if you have a book that you would like to recommend for book club, you have 3 weeks opening tonight to nominate it, and then we will write up our little blurbs and pick between them for next month's book club. We'll always nominate 3 books each, so there'll always be some to pick between. But if you want to nominate 1, or if you want to nominate 3, if you want to be extra, go ahead. I'm always excited to read the books, or to just read about them. So many of these books get added to my TBR list, it's a problem. Sleepy Mouse, Kai sounds full of energy? Nah, you gotta be a Kai whisperer like myself. This is Sleepy Kai. You can...
I'm not sleepy at all.
Yes, you are.
My brain's just soup.
Okay. Brain soup Kai. You can tell by the time to response. I am the hologram whisperer.
My brain's soup.
after
I'm pretty. I might be tired. I don't know.
Wahaha, Mouse of Infinite Wisdom. You need to tell me I came home when you ended stream. I'm sorry, Bun.
You mean to tell me I can't? Can I pay you to extend? JK, unless.
Wait, maybe it'll be okay because we have a cool thing next Wednesday. Maybe we need to double check on the scheduling, but.
Oh fuck, Daniel, that reminds me. I need to DM you about a thing.
Okay, well, whilst Kai is entering a world of chaos, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone before we raid over to Latia. I hope you had a fun book club. I hope you had a wonderful day. I apologize for sending my mods into chaos because I forgot to apply to our scheduling chat. And I hope everyone has a great rest of your weekend. And I hope you're looking forward to the books. Maybe you've picked another one you want to try. Have a great time. Have a great day. Have a great book. Read a good one. See you later. I'm sleepy. Bye 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 bye. Let's go say hi to Latia. Wah. Okay, and brain cell, stop.